Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's 15 minutes to the first start. 15 minutes.
Takže dobré ráno prajem všetkým. Vítajte tu v Piešťanoch na poslednom dni majstrovstiev Európy v maratóne. Takže ešte raz dobré ráno všetkým prajem. 15 minút do štartu zostáva prvej kategórii, čo bude kategória K1 ženy na trati 26 200 metrov. Potom v čase 9:35 štartujú C2 muži, tá istá trať. A potom v čase 12:30 bude hlavná kategória K2 muži na trati 30 km. Takže dneska nás čakajú 3 štarty. Medzi tým ešte samozrejme bude vyhlásenie výsledkov zo včerajška, ktoré sa ešte v noci riešilo. Ten protest Portugalska proti Španielsku, tak uvidíme, jak to dopadlo a tento ceremoniál prebehne buď ešte v priebehu pretekov, alebo pôjde v súbehu s pretekom alebo z súbehu s ceremoniálom, ktorý sa bude robiť po dojazde kategórie K2 ženy a C2 muži. To už nechám na rozhodcov a usporiadateľovi, akým spôsobom sa rozhodnú. Takže čas 9:30, štart prvej kategórie K2 ženy, potom C2 muži.
10 minutes to the start. 10 minutes.
Good morning and heartily welcome to Piestany and the final day of the European Marathon Championships 2014. We've had 2 days of wonderful, intense marathon racing here in Piestany, Slovakia. Piestany is a small village in the middle of Europe, about 100 kilometers from Bratislava and 150 kilometers from Vienna. It's wonderful conditions here on the river, just perfect for marathon canoeing on this great venue. The weather is sunny, it's a little bit windy today, but it won't be a problem for these skillful paddlers. Together we will experience K2 and C2 racing this morning. It is K2 women and they will paddle 26.2 kilometers. And C2 men that will have the same, that will do the same distance. We are here to guide you through the racing this morning, and we is Stefan Gustafsson, that's me, and my colleague Jim Rossiter. Together we will try to do the best to guide you through these intense races this morning. So very, very welcome to Piestany and the European Marathon Championships 2014.
Yes, good morning everybody, Jim here. We're watching now the people coming onto the pontoon. The boat handlers are moving onto the pontoon and the women will be called to the pontoon for the start in 2 or 3 minutes. So we'll just give you a little rundown on the course here so you can understand the geography of the place. The course is a long lap of 6,340 meters, and there's a short lap of 880. So from the start, the paddlers go upstream. This is on the River Var. The river is controlled by a dam a little further down, and as a consequence the river level is maintained high during the competition with a flow of just 1 or 2 kilometers per hour. Now the starter is calling everybody to the start, so we're going to have a little break and let him get the race underway, and then we'll give you a bit more of an explanation as it's going on. So over to the starter.
Takže do štartu zostávajú 4 minúty. Takže o 4 minúty bude oštartovaná kategória K1, K2 ženy na 26 200 metrov. Ako už spomínal v angličtine, tu na môj kolega, tak slovom vás bude sprevádzať Mr. Gustafsson, Mr. Rossiter a vlastne ja za Piešťany, alebo za Slovensko, v slovenskom jazyku Vladimír Husák moje meno. Takže my sme tu traja, ktorí sa budeme stále striedať pri tom mikrofóne v angličtine a slovenčine a budeme sa vám snažiť priblížiť priebeh pretekov počas celého preteku toho závodu jednotlivých disciplín K2 ženy, C2 muži a na záver potom K2 muži. Takže vám prajem pekný športový zážitok.
So the women's K2 are underway, 26.2 kilometres. So just to recap on the course, a bit more explanation. The paddlers leave the start pontoon, which is on the line of the finish, as well as the control tower, and they travel upstream to the turn, which is just in front of the road bridge, which you'll be seeing as the race goes on. They do turn round the boys anti-clockwise at the just in front of the road bridge, back past the start, round the set of boys 200 metres below the start, round those boys, back to the pontoon, and passing the pontoon completes 1 lap. For the ladies racing this morning, and then the C1, C2s which are going to follow, they are doing 26.2 kilometres, which in fact is 7 and then the short lap of 800 metres. So 7 1/4 laps of this course. And I hand over to Stefan, who will give you a bit of an explanation as to the paddlers.
The ladies K2 is a very intense race already from the start, and we have some very interesting and good crews lining up here today. Currently in the lead is Spain with Rachel Carbacho and Aurora Figueras. Rachel Carbacho, we know her since many years on the marathon courses, and now together with Aurora Figueras, and they are in the lead now. And on their watch sits Dina Chernak and Niki Vakshai. And Niki Vakshai, the winner of Women Under 23 on Friday this week here. And Dina Chernak, who won the World Cup in Buchin last weekend. We have also on the far inner side here, we see them in their dark blue tracksuits there. Anna Alberti and Stefania Cicali from Italy. They had a silver medal back in the World Championships in Rome 2012 together in the K2.
Which you'll be seeing
yesterday, Stefania Cicali had a bronze medal here in Women K1. So it's their second marathon during 2 days. On the inner side of them is the British team who won the European Championships last year. The European Championships last year in Villa Verde, Portugal. And that is Lizzie Broughton and Faye Lamp. And both of them did the women K1 marathon yesterday. Lizzie Broughton with a great silver medal, which was a great surprise to us yesterday. So I think these four crews, Anna Alberti and Stefania Cicali from Italy, Lizzie Broughton and Faye Lamp from Great Britain, Edina Cernak and Enike Vekshai from Hungary, and Rachel Carpaccio and Aurora Figueras from Spain will be the four crews that will absolutely be in the top. But we have also the French team with Gwendoline Morel and Angie Moden that absolutely will be up there. And we know that the Swedish team with Mikaela Lindblad and Emma Andersson also have the ambition to be among the top. Mikaela finishing second in the women under 23 Friday this week. And now they are approaching, they are halfway to their first turn, and all the group is well together, as you can see. And the starter is now lining up the C2, so we hand over to them.
Na štarte sa nám chystá kategória C2 muži, ktorí idú takisto 26 200 metrov, to znamená 7 veľkých okruhov. A jedno malé, to znamená 6 prenášok, nakoľko v prvom okruhu sa prenáška nejde, ide sa v 2., 3., 4., 5., 6. a 7. Takže 6 krát ich budeme vidieť tu na brehu, ale ja už sa musím odvlčať, nakoľko o malú chvíľu bude štart.
And the C2s are underway. We'll come back to a little explanation of the paddlers in this race in a minute. But we think that the display on the screen, which all the competitors are able to see, all the visitors are able to see a live screen on the course here. And we think that's, we'll switch in a moment to the view from the camera, which is up at the bridge.
And in the C2 category, we have the world champs from last year in Copenhagen, with both number 30, Ramon Farro, and Oscar Grania from Spain. They are out there on the far right-hand side, choosing their own track, their own course, upwards. The flow of the river is very, very small, but we have seen during these races that the crews that are closest to the bank has an advantage of that. So I think that's why these world champs from 2013, Ramon Farro and Oscar Grana, are choosing that course. Many crews on these events are doubling, as we heard of the ladies. They are doing 2 marathons over a weekend, but in this start line, no one is doing that, actually. None of these guys were in the C1 men yesterday, but they are all experienced C2 crews together. And as we can see, it's the world champs Ramon Farro and Oscar Grana who holds the initiative there, and they do that together with I think it's the Slovakian team and the French team.
So the camera shot switches to the view from the bridge, the turn just in front of the bridge, and we can see on the screen the running clock time and then the manual input of the boats going round that turn. So we saw that Hungary, Great Britain and Italy and Sweden were the 4 boats in the leading group going round that turn. Just to explain the cameras on the course, we've got one in the top of the tower here with us who has a good panoramic view of most of the course, and then we've got one, as you've seen, down at the row bridge picking up the boats going around the bottom turn, and we've also got some detailed camera on the portaging. So the paddlers at the moment about 750 metres back towards the pontoon on their first lap in the ladies race, and they'll be passing on the other side of the river the C2s going up to the top turn. So the bridge turn is upstream, and as I said before, just a little flow of about 1 to 2 kilometres per hour. And we'll see the lines that the paddlers take. There was a big variation in the routes yesterday, for those who were watching, and we'll see whether anything's been learnt from that and pick up how the paddlers are dealing with the course as the day goes on. So we're still with a view from the top of the tower as the C2s are halfway to the row bridge turn, just passing the K2s, women's K2s coming back the other way.
Here is a replay of the women K1 in the first turn. The women K2 of course in the first turn. It is Dina Chernak and Enike Vakshai. In top is Faye Lamp and Lizzie Broughton from Great Britain on their inner side, and on the outside is Rachel Charbario and Aurora Figueras. And on the inner side there is Italy as well. Anna Alberti and Stefania Cicali, and the second Spanish boat with Lucia Aquero and Carolina Messerschis.
K2 ženy máme na hornej obrátke, respektíve už teraz som vás trošku uviedol do omylu, to sú zábery z chvíľku pred. Teraz máme ich asi nejakých 600-700 metrov od prenášky, takže nejaké maximálne 2 minútky a máme vlastne prenášku ešte nie, pardon, prvom kolečku sa nejde, ale budeme mať na spodnom okruhu, budú mať za sebou prvé kolečko, kategória K2. Ženy, C2, muži, tí sa nám akurát blížia k hornej obrátke, k mostu.
The broadcast we're doing here today is going out on the live stream, but it's also the site commentary. So in some cases you'll hear messages which are particularly for the people on the site, like calling people to the boat control, etc. And other times we'll be talking specifically to the live stream. We've also had with us today Gusto, the local commentator from Slovakia, and you'll hear his voice during the course of the day.
And it's still quite a big group in the ladies K2 when the camera shifts to the first turn of the men's C2. And it's Hungary in the lead. Hungary that always provide, I think it's Hungary in a way. No, it's Slovakia. It is Slovenia. It is a Slovenish team. sorry, a mistake was done. It's Ukraine. It's Alexander Levchenko and Andriy Shapoval that has the lead in this race. Sometimes a little bit hard to see when the sun is shining on the different colors. So it is Ukraine that were choosing a course in the middle of the river and just went by themselves out there when the big group was forming. And now over to the ladies, and they are coming now right in front of us here at the venue, and it is Dina Cernak and Nike Vakshai, the very good K2 from Hungary, that is in the lead, and on their inner side is Anna Alberti and Stefania Cicali from Italy. On their left hand side is Lizzie Broughton and Faye Lamb from Great Britain, the winner of the Europeans last year. And on their inner side is Sweden, Emma Andersson and Mikaela Lindblad. Mikaela, who was second on the under-23 on Friday this weekend. And then the two Spanish boats, Rachel Charpayo and Aurora Figueras, and Lucia Arquera and Carolina Massages. That's the top group. It's quite a big group, and now the speed increases to their second turn, and we'll see how they manage that. It's possible for the Hungarian team to go close to the buoy there, and they do that, and it causes some, not clashes, but the team on the inner side to back off a little bit to be sure to pass on the right side of the buoy. And as you can see, the Hungarian team are now increasing the speed quite well, and perfectly positioned Italy. The very experienced Anna Alberti and Stefania Cicali has no problem to follow on the outside there. And it's Hungary and it's Italy, but I think they will be all the group together quite soon once again. That's the tactics of marathon. The leading crew is setting the speed around the turning point, and the other has to try to keep up. And it's much easier to be in front in such a situation, or on the outside, as Italy did this during this turn.
So we see the women's K2 going past the pontoon directly in front of the tower, and that's the completion of the first lap. So they've paddled the 3,600 meters in the first lap, and now going back upstream to the top turn at the road bridge.
It's quite unusual to have such a big group in K2 women, Jim.
Yes, it's there's quite a strong wind blowing down the course now. It's almost directly down the course, and so the girls are paddling into that at the moment. And I think at this early stage, these girls, most of them know each other quite well, know each other's ability. So I think it's probably going to be 4 or 5 laps with a similar sort of size group, perhaps just 1 or 2 dropping off as the endurance levels drop.
But it's also a sign that the quality of women K2 racing has increased. We have seen that over the years recently, and today it's very high quality from many crews there from many nations. Spain, Hungary, Great Britain, Sweden, they are all the top girls there. And Denmark used to be there as well. Denmark has always have had a very good K2 crews, and we remember Copenhagen, the World Championships last year, where Denmark had a gold medal in K2 women.
The C2 leading boats are through the 400-meter mark now, coming towards the start pontoon. And we got a bit of a breakaway here now. From what we can see from the top of the tower, the view is slightly restricted from here because there's a tree which has been, well, it's been there for a long time, I guess, and it's just obscuring the view of the coming into the portage, which you'll pick up next time round. But we've got two boats who've established a bit of a lead here in the C2 race. Probably a little bit unusual from recent years' experience. What do you think, Stefan?
Absolutely. And this Ukrainian guy is new in marathon racing. Maybe they have participated, but they have not been in top. I think it is sprint paddlers that is participating here. We are not that far from Ukraine, so coming here to test their ability, and it seems like they are doing very well. And they are together with the world champs from last year, Ramon Faro and Oscar Grania. Last year, Spain won both gold and silver medals in the C2 in the World Championship. So Spain is a very, very strong C2 nation. And now they are competing Ukraine with it that have a new team here.
Takže ženy nám zatiaľ idú poradí aspoň na prvých troch miestach 8-1-3. Osmička je Černák Váca, je Maďarsko, jednotka tam bola Alberti Sisali, Taliansko a trojka Bruten Lamp, Veľká Británia. V mužoch C2 prvé dve lode zatiaľ lode číslo 21-30, to je Levčenko Šápoval Ukrajina, 30 je Fero Graňa Espáňa, Španielsko a máme tam maďarskú loď, Maďarsku Spolu. Dúfam, že nám to ukážu na tabuli, už som nezachytil tie čísla. No, asi nie. Ale pozrieme cez ďaleko, ako náhle nám budú na obrátke. A maďarská posádka je určite buď 23 alebo 24. Teraz ťažko povedať, ktorá z nich to je.
Looking down the course at 1200 meter mark, we can see that the leading group in the women remains the same. There's still the 7 boats there as we go down towards up towards the top turn. There's a large area of gravel being dragged out of the river on the opposite side, and you'll pick those up from the bridge camera shot in a minute.
And in the camera we do have the C2s and the possibility to study their technique. It looks like a C4 currently, very rhythmic between these two crews. We can see that they are using a little bit different technique, while the Spanish crew. Now we are now watching in the screen the second group, and that is Poland and Hungary. And the Polish C2 technique is using the hips and the legs, as you can see, quite well there, while Hungary is more using a traditional C2 technique, leaning forward with their upper body. It's very rhythmic, and it's beautiful to watch, this C2 paddling.
So the C2s have completed one lap now.
And lead is Alexander Levchenko and Andriy Shapoval from Ukraine. And the second is Ramon Faro and Oscar Grania from Spain. And the third is Dubiak Bartosz and Mateusz Szora from Poland. And fourth is Richard Smith and Balázs Nagy from Hungary. All of them very experienced C2 paddlers.
So we anticipate that the camera shot will move to the women going round the bridge turn for the second time. Just wait for that to come up. And there it is. And the Hungarians, you can see in their green tops, white boat, are leading. We've got the head-on shot shows Great Britain on the right-hand side, the Italians on the left, and then the two Spanish out to wide on either side, and the Swedish boat in the back. So they're coming round the top turn for the second time.
And it's a good opportunity to study a little bit more of marathon tactics. We saw that Dina Cernik and Niki Bakshai from Hungary increased the speed to keep the initiative into the turn. It's very important to do that if you feel strong, because that forces the others to adjust where they are in the big group. And Italy on the outside is perfectly positioned on the Hungarians, and we have a very, very easy road around the boys, while you can see the other teams are struggling a little bit. We saw both the Swedish team and the British team had to adjust their positions and dropped off a little bit. And now in the far end of the portage, the Hungarians have created a gap together with Spain and Italy, and if they now increase the speed well and do a big effort, a strong effort, they could create something for themselves. Create a gap there, and it seems like they are doing exactly that, but now the speed is slowing down again, and Sweden is trying to close the gap immediately. It's very important to do that as well, and they are heading for the middle position there to form a diamond. It's very easy to pedal on the gold wash in the middle. As I said, that the camera follows the second group, and in this group is I think it is the second Hungarian team and France. France in their traditional white shirts is Morel Gwendoline and Angie Modern. And Hungary, the second Hungarian team, also quite a well-known one is Boroka Brown and Mercedes Macias. Here we can see how Hungary increases the speed a little bit around the turn, and how easily Italy can follow on the outside, while Great Britain and Sweden on the inner side has to struggle a little bit. That's the way to paddle marathon.
Yeah, the wind is obviously quite strong, and it's blowing straight down the river at that point and blowing the boats onto the buoys. They're quite large buoys, as you can see, so you can't afford to hit them with your paddles, which often is the case with the small round ones, but these are quite big, so the women have to be particularly careful how they handle the turn. If you go inside a buoy, you can be given a penalty, which you would have to serve at the next portage, and that's decided by the turn point umpire. But if you deliberately force somebody else into to go inside the buoy, then you can get disqualified, because that's considered to be unfair racing.
Kategórii K2 ženy, ktoré sú na hornej obrátke a už majú vlastne za sebou tú obrátku, poradí 8-1-9-3, takže prvé miesto zatiaľ drží maďarská posádka Černák Vácaj, druhé miesto je loď číslo 1 Alberti Sisali, Taliansko, tretie miesto loď číslo 9 Carballo Figueras, Španielsko, a štvrté miesto zatiaľ loď číslo 3 Broughton Lamp, Veľká Británia.
The first 5, we have them on the live stream now, and there is also Spain. Spain is also within that group as a 6th boat, and the Spanish one is Rachel Carpaccio and Aurora Figueras. We can see them a little bit behind, with a small gap to the first 5.
So just to be sure that when you see the graphics of the boats come up on the screen, that is not an exactly accurate scenario. It's how accurate the man is punching the numbers into the computer. So there could be some errors there, but we can see now, looking down the course at the 500-meter mark for the first portage, there's now 5 boats in the leading group, and the second Spanish boat has dropped off.
Yes, and speaking of errors, it's also easy for us to make errors. The only way we have to identify the paddlers now is by binocular and recognize their techniques. So it could be some errors, and please forgive us for that.
So 400 meters now into the first portage. Just to explain the geography at the portage, as they approach, there's a jetty that sticks out, which is the launching jetty, and the paddlers have to maneuver around that before they come into the beach. The beach is, as I say, the water level is probably as high as it gets here, and the beach is about 3 or 4 meters of shallow sloping sand and small pebbles, but then it goes down quite steeply after that, and so paddlers have to be particularly careful how they get out of their boats. And we saw situations yesterday in the less experienced K2s where people were jumping out of the boats and found themselves in the water up to their waist.
And here
na prenáške máme kategóriu K2 ženy, takže poradie bolo 8-1, 9-3, tak som zvedavý teraz, či sa to trošku upraví alebo nie, ale prvá prenáška je veľmi dôležitá. Uvidíme, akú taktiku ženy zvolia na tejto prenáške. A myslím si, že prvá loď momentálne určite Maďarsko, to je Černá Gvácaj, druhá loď a tretia uvidíme, ako sa nám to premieša, ale prenášky robia dosť veľa v tomto maratóne. Takže prvá loď je loď Maďarska, loď číslo 8, Černá Gvácaj.
Portage, this first one, and it's only Hungary that are choosing to get some drinks around their necks for the next lap, and it's Italy, and it's Hungary, and it's Sweden, and the Swedish girls dropped their boat just before they jump in. Not a serious mistake, but anyway. And Hungary, we have seen them managing excellent portages so far during this event, and it was no exception this one. So it's Hungary, it's Italy, and it's Sweden. A very, very good portage also from the Swedish girls that were up 5th and now are on the 3rd position. Very exciting portage, this first one. It's Hungary, it's Italy, and it's Sweden. That is first out from this portage. It was an okay portage also for the British team, Faye Lamp and Lizzie Broughton, and the Spanish team that were 25 meters behind or so managed to close the gap over the portage. An exciting and good portage with no accident, this first one in the K2 women.
So the leading group in the women's K2 down to 5 as they go round the bottom turn for the second time. Nobody's made any mistakes in the canoes in the women's race over the portage. It's very important to just get your boat in with the nose pointing out from the bank, and then but not too far out. You can't afford to go out more than 3 or 4 meters. If you do, you could be in trouble if you lean outwards.
And it seems like the silver medalist from Rome, Stefania Cicali and Anna Alberti, has decided to use all they have after this first portage, trying to get rid of as many as possible, but not all. It's good to be 2. It's a long distance, and the 2 in front can help each other. This very, very good Hungarian team with the winner of the under 23 category from Friday, together with the winner of the World Cup in Buchini last weekend. The Hungarians stays on the Italian wash, and they increases the gap now to Great Britain and then Sweden, and it is the British team, Faye Lamp and Lizzie Broughton, that have started a hunt for the party in the front.
Yeah, we saw that the Swedish boat couldn't quite stay on the outside of the Great Britain boat, so switched to the inside. It's an interesting route up to the road turn bridge, and we'll see how the line that these paddlers take on this route. It is possible to go in very close to the bank. There is enough depth there, but you have to come out again in a couple of places to get round some obstacles. So we'll just see in this first long leg on without any problems with boats banging into each other exactly what route they take.
And Lizzie Broughton and Faye Lamp is very, very endurant paddlers. We saw Lizzie Broughton yesterday doing a great race in K1, never giving up. And they are trying their best now to not increase, to close the gap, at least not allowing it to increase. But it seems like the Italian crew have set a very, very high speed there, and I think also Hungary is realizing that they can secure a gap big enough for them to have a nice and easy morning paddle after a while here. But for the moment, I think all of them are going at their maximum, at their absolute maximum. They haven't been able to rest a single breath since the portage, and the portage is coming in full speed and then running full speed over 150 meters, and then doing a big effort directly after the portage is really, really challenging for all the body, both the muscles, the heart and the lungs. So their physical strength is tested now.
Raz. Takže blíži sa nám prenáška C2 muži. Vedúce posádky dve sú to 21-30. Ukrajina, Levenčenko, Šapoval a 30 je Fero Graňa. Espáňa, Španielsko. Takže to máme prvé dve v kategórii C2 muži. To je prvá prenáška. Za nimi potom by mali ísť na 3. a 4. miesto číslo 24 a 25. To je Schmidt, Naď, Maďarsko, a 25 Dubiak, Zuchora, Polsko.
So we can see that Spain and Ukraine have got a really big lead coming into the first portage at the moment. The current world champions moving off comfortably in first place from the portage, and at the moment it doesn't look as though Ukraine are really working hard to try and catch them at this point. So that doesn't look too good, I don't think, from the Ukrainian point of view, because we know how strong the Spanish boat is. So the next group over the portage now, and with the third boat through is Poland, followed by the Hungarians, another 50 or probably 100 meters behind them. So the race is really spread out so early on.
And these world champions from last year, Ramon Farro and Oscar Grania, is a very, very, very experienced crew together. They have done many, many years of marathon racing. Oscar Grania is 38 years old and Ramon Farro is 36. So they have done 2 decades in the C2 and C1 racing over long distances, and you can see that from how they paddle. It's very, very rhythmic, and it's very beautiful to watch. This very experienced couple from Spain. And the Ukraine guys we saw in the portage, these young Andriy Shapoval is only 21, and Alexander Levchenko is 27, and they are obviously sprint paddlers. They're doing marathon, maybe not for the first time, but in a way not as experienced as the Spaniards. We saw that from how they handled the bout over the portage. But it seems like they are trying to close the gap out there now. They are coming up from behind and closer to Spain.
We saw a classic problem with this particular portage where the French boat didn't allow themselves. They had the time to do it, but they were too rushed, and then the boat tipped over as they tried to get in. You have to be very coordinated with your C2 paddling to make sure that the boat is stable when you jump into it.
Coordination is everything in K2 and C2 paddling, both on the water and in the portage.
Takže mám prešli C2 muži a teraz tu máme slovenskú posádku číslo 26, Ďuriš Michal, Ďuriš Jakub, ktorá je v priebežnom poradí na 6. mieste. Takže celkom zatiaľ dobre, ale ja myslím, že ešte stiahnu minimálne jedno miesto, aspoň verím v to. No na hornú obrátku sa nám blížia ženy a momentálne sa utvorila vedúca dvojica, to je Maďarsko a Taliansko. Maďarsko je Černák Vácaj a Taliansko Alberti Sisali. To sú prvé dve lode z kategórie K2 ženy.
And here is the leading two in the women K2 in the turn. It is Stefania Cicali and Anna Alberti that is still in top before Vaksai and Cernak. And the gap has increased, and now the second group consists of Sweden, Great Britain and Spain. And it seems like they have established, the two in top have established quite a good gap for themselves. And we could see from the expression in Stefania Cicali's face that the speed have been quite high with the wind in their faces from the turn here up to this turn. They used the gap they created in the after the portage, and I've just kept on going, which is proper marathon tactics, but very, very challenging for their bodies, of course.
Ja trošku upravím poradie mužskej dvojice Ďuriš Michal, Ďuriš Jakub, nie 6. miesto, ale momentálne sú na 8. mieste a za nimi už iba jedna loď.
And you could see how the Swedish couple left good enough room to the Brits, their inner side in the turn, and that is also proper marathon tactics. It's no idea to do anything else. They could help each other in a good way.
Takže 8. vlastne 9. loď poradí je takisto slovenská posádka Gavenda, Adam Fekete, Roland. Takže 8. a 9. miesto držia dve slovenské lode. A tým vlastne ukončili druhý okruh muži a vchádzajú, respektíve táto naša slovenská posádka ide do 3., tie ostatné už tam sú. Vedúca posádka, vedúce dve lode, tie už sú niekde pod vysokým napätím, čiže nejakých 600-700 metrov od hornej obrátky. Ale smerom dole už sa nám blíži kategória K2 ženy, ktorým zostáva do prenášky cca necelý kilometr, takže 4-5 minút a máme na prenáške dve vedúce lode z kategórie K2 ženy. To je Maďarsko a Taliansko.
That's a shot down the course from the top of the tower to the road bridge turn. See the two leading boats in the women's race have still comfortably together, taking a route very near to the centre of the river. Yesterday we saw some boats going right over to the right-hand bank, and we couldn't quite understand why they would be doing that. But that's not the case today. The two leading boats are taking the most direct route from, almost the most direct route from the last buoy on the bridge turn back to the portage.
And now it's Hungary in the lead, as it used to be over long distances. They're helping each other, taking turn at the pole position. It's much easier to sit on the wash, just riding there, getting help from the wakes of the boat in front. So it's always good to be two over the long distance of a marathon race. in front. If you're alone, you need to go and go and go and do all the work yourself. Of course, they are competing each other as well and using any mistakes from their fellow competitors out there. But it's a good tactic to try to break free together, two boats. So they've done here. And the second group of three have also a lot to gain to help each other and work together to not to lose too much ground or maybe even starting to close the gap when the long distances start to take its toll. Shifting positions there in the second group all the time. Proper tactic is to do 2 minutes or so in top in full speed as hard as you can go, while the others are sitting on the wash resting a bit and then shifting for another K2 to do a hard work, another 2 minutes and so on.
So the chap organising and operating the graphics did an estimate on the time gap between the top group and the next group of three, and he reckons it's 58 seconds, which is probably about right. So you can see now that the first two boats are 300 from their second portage.
And 58 seconds is about 200 meters or a little bit more with the wind in their back. Approaching their second portage.
Takže na prenášku nám ide kategória K2 ženy. Ako som už avizoval, prvé dve lode je Maďarsko a Taliansko. Maďarská posádka je Černák Vácaj a talianská posádka Alberti Sisali. Takže to sú prvé dve lode z kategórie K2 ženy.
So a good shot from low level at the portage. And the Italians haven't done that very well. There's a lot of water in the boats, we can see. And I think that's indicating the amount of wind we've currently got on the course, particularly down the bottom end, getting a lot of spray into the boats. So Italy weren't very clean out of their boat, and we'll see if that's going to make any difference when they get to the other end.
And it is Hungary and Italy working together. We'll see now the Hungarian technique getting in. It used to be very coordinated. It was very good jumping boat. You saw how they gained the boat length or so just because of better technique, better coordinated jumping into the boat. We have seen that a lot over the weekend. It seems like the Hungarian team coach have made his or her athletes to practice that a lot, because Hungary have been excellent on this portage technique over this weekend.
So the next group of three out of their boats, nice and neatly. Great Britain in the white tops, Sweden in the yellow and Spain in the red. So the Great Britain boat's got a little bit of a lead on the run at the moment. The Swedish boat taking the right hand track to get some liquid refreshments from the support team.
And you can see how they carry their liquid around their necks in small plastic bags. Into the boats again. No problems for anyone, and they stay well together. And we have a good view on the screen now of Italy and Hungary. It's quite interesting to watch the Italian crew. They are very good together, but they are using a total different technique, these two paddlers, Stefania Cicali and Anna Alberti. With Stefania Cicali more traditional marathon technique, sitting upright in the boat, using the full body and the hips, while Anna Alberti use more sprint-like technique, leaning a bit forward and using her back in a different way. A wonderful replay from the portage. And you can see how Hungary is emptying their boats. Normally we have pumps, foot pumps in our kayaks. And I think these girls have foot pumps as well in their very lightweight K2s. But as it seems, the foot pumps doesn't work very well, or it comes in more water than it's possible to pump out. It's also often a problem using these foot pumps when it is portages over sand beaches. You get in some sand from the feet of the paddlers, and the sand goes into the pumps and make them stuck.
Že k prenáške zhruba nejakých 300-400 metrov zostáva kategórii C2 muži, aspoň tým prvým dvom lodiam. Na prvom, druhom mieste stále pádluje loď číslo 21 Levšenko Šapoval, Ukrajina, a druhé miesto loď číslo 30 Ferro Amon Graňa Oskar, Španielsko. Cca nejakých, ja neviem, do jednej minútky by sme ich mohli mať aj na prenáške, takže prvé dve lode Španielsko, Ukrajina v kategórii C2 muži.
A shot of the second group just before it cut back to the replay on the portage. All those three boats had a very good portage, and in fact in the women's race nobody's had any problems at all up to date. So the leading group of two plus the next group, couple of 100 meters behind of three, have gone past the pontoon to complete lap 3. That's 3 of 7 long ones plus the short one, doing a portage now on every lap.
And leading boats in the C2, Ramon Ferro and Oskar Grana, together with the Ukrainians, Alexander Levchenko and Andriy Shapoval, approaching the portage. Just behind the trees there now. There they are. And the Ukrainians managed to close the gap.
These young boys in this Ukrainian boat, Stefan, Andrei, I suspect he's the one in the bow of the boat. He's only 21, so quite a task. And we've got a 9 in the young Hungarian boat. We've got a 19 and a 22-year-old. So the Hungarians are giving some of their paddlers a chance, as well as the Ukrainians, young boys, having a good race.
It's often very, very tough selection races in these countries. Many good C2 paddlers, but now it seems like Oscar, the experience of the Spanish guys have made them do very, very good portage. You could also how easily the jumped in their boat, while Ukraine is a little bit more unexperienced to do portages. And once again, it's a good gap for Spain.
We saw with the Ukrainian boat running through to get some drinks there, Stefan, that the coordination between the support crew and the boat wasn't good. And in fact, I think what it is that the neck ties are too short, and the team manager couldn't get the water bags over their heads, so they didn't take on any drink at that stage, which is probably not good news.
Oh, then they will have then they will suffer soon. They really need drinks. Then it's quite hot as well. Here, it's a lot of coordination, as said, in marathon. A lot of specific things to train. One of them is to feed the paddlers in a good way and have a good system for that. It needs to be coordinated between the team leaders at the portage providing these drinks. It's similar to what is valid for cross-country skiing or bicycling, where they do the same, feeding the athletes over the long distances in a good coordinated way by a good support crew.
Takže prvé 4 posádky z kategórie C2 muži prebehli cez prenášku. Na prvom mieste číslo 30 Španielsko, druhé miesto 21 Ukrajina, tretie miesto 25 je Poľsko a na štvrtom mieste číslo 24 Maďarsko, tam maďarská posádka Schmidt-Nať. Teraz naskočila na vodu 28 a to je Španielsko a Vila Dominguez.
And the third boat in the C2 is also over the portage. It's Dubiak and Mateusz Suchora from Poland. As we can see, it's Spain, it's Ukraine, it's Poland, and it's Hungary. All of them very good C2 nations.
As I said, there's quite a few young men in these C2 in this competition, Stefan. Probably something we haven't seen for some time. We know that the Spanish boat is very, very experienced. Ramon is 36 and Oscar is 38, whereas in every other boat here, they're mostly just in their 19, 20, 21, 22 age. And we've seen some inexperience on the portage in there, again, lack of coordination. It's easy to say sitting up here in the tower, but we can see that the practicing on this long runs, they try too hard sometimes.
Too ambitious, trying too hard, but it's really nice to see that there's so many youngsters doing C2 here. And it seems also like the total number of C2 paddlers are really good. And now we have on the screen Italy and Hungary in the female K2 to turn up there. And they are going nice and easy. And we can see how Italy leave a good enough room for Hungary around the boys. But just that.
Just to point out to people who are looking at the screen there's a lap counter on the top right hand corner which is totally wrong. So it says 5 out of 7, which it and isn't. They're actually on their 4th lap at the moment.
A nice replay. You can see the difference in technique from Anna Alberti and Stefania Cicali. It doesn't matter at all. The important thing is that they have exactly the same rhythm in the water, the same coordination, so that the power of the bodies come exactly at the same moment when the paddles are in the water. Doing that, everything goes smooth and nicely. And both Stefania Cicali and Anna Alberti is very, very experienced with many medals over the years. Both in K2 and K1. Stefania Cicali had a silver medal in Rome in K1 and a bronze in Copenhagen. And Anna Alberti had a silver medal in K1 in Singapore 2011.
Into the top turn, 3 boats, a couple of 100 meters behind, with the Great Britain boat leading round the turn this time, with the Sweden on the outside and Spain with their red tops on the inside. Names are up on the screen.
Looks like this team are doing most of the work in front there, Jim. You know them. They seems to like doing the races that way.
Yeah, I think they tend to paddle the course in an even pattern. They're not ones for sharp bursts and then stopping and sharp bursts stopping. They're endurance paddlers who paddle over a steady state as much as they can around the race.
I remember several years ago when I made an interview with them when they were youngsters into this. They said they loved paddling and they loved marathon because they had to paddle for a long time just because they loved paddling, and they really wanted to go there and have fun during many hours in a constant speed.
Just to repeat that lap counter is not correct. They're currently on their 4th lap, not the 5th one. So coming into the portage for the 3rd time, their 3rd portage is the leading 2 boats in the women's K2. Probably the lead over the 2nd group is moved up to sort of a minute and a half, I should think, at the moment. We'll get some idea of the timing over the portage. So it's Hungary and Italy coming in together. We see again if they've taken on a lot of water on this lap. The wind's dropped a little bit at the moment, so maybe it won't be quite as bad this time.
Takže máme prenášku, je to kategória K2 ženy, prvé 2 lode. Myslím, že poradie sa nezmenilo. Maďarsko, Taliansko, čiže Černák Váca ako prvá loď. A na druhom mieste loď číslo 1 Alberti Sisali, Taliansko.
Both the crews are going through the support channel. Good coordination with the team support there. Took their straps with their water bottles on nice and easily.
And Hungary emptied their boat once again. It seems like they have some trouble with the foot pumps, but they managed to do also that in a very coordinated and good way without losing any ground. Also that is a skill to train, to be prepared for any event during a race.
So next group, 150 meters from the portage, the 3 boats.
And they have lost another minute or so, I think.
It's probably got to this stage in the event now, Stefan, unless there's a major problem with either the 2 boats up front, that the next group of 3 probably realise that the gold medal is out of their grasp, and now it's all about securing that bronze.
Exactly, so they will start to use some tactics in between each other instead of trying to work together to close the gap.
Takže prvé 2 lode majú excelentný náskok, ale ozaj velikánsky. A ja by som povedal, že až taký, že si myslím, že už sa bude len medzi týmito 2 posádkami, medzi Maďarskom a Talianskom, rozhodovať o titule majstrov alebo majsteriek Európy. 3., 4. miesto a 5. to sú lode 3, 5, 9, čiže tam je Veľká Británia, 5 je Švédsko a číslo 9 majú Španielky.
Side by side over the portage, very even into the water. And all of them managed to get into their boats in a good way.
Yeah, I think we've seen some pretty fair racing over this weekend. There's not been too many problems, Stefan, with unfair, unsportsmanship type of racing. Just 1 or 2 incidents.
Yes, the sportsmanship and the fair racing has improved quite a lot over the 2 years. And that's partly because of the new rules, the penalty rules that have been implied. The meaning of these rules are that, for instance, at a turn, as we see now, if the boat on the outside squeezes the inner boat too much, it could be a penalty for the boat squeezing and not the one that will miss the buoy. And the paddlers know that, so they are taking it much more easy in the turns, and that makes the racing much more fair. Before it was absolutely forbidden to miss a buoy. If you did that, you were disqualified. That is taken away, so it's the boat that causes the clashes and the problems that will have a penalty, and not for sure disqualification. And the penalties are carried out in the portage, so if anyone does any failures or any wrong things over the course on the water, they have to stop for 15 or 30 seconds or something like that, decided by the judge. So they have to stop in the portage and just stay there and see how their fellow competitors are rushing away from them. And they don't want to do that, so they take it nice and easy out there on the course, which was the meaning of of the new rules.
Takže 200 metrov zostáva do prenášky kategórií C2 muži. Popredí stále tie isté 2 posádky, 30 a 21. 30 je Španielsko, Ferro Graňa, a 21 Ukrajina, Levšenko, Šapovala, ktorí už mierne strácajú, ale 150 metrov do prenášky týchto prvých 2 lodí v kategórii C2 muží.
So we've had some good shots, good slow motion shots of the boats going over the portage, and looking down the course now, coming into the portage is the leading 2 boats in the canoe doubles class. The Spanish boat has maintained a 100 meters lead all the way around this lap. Ukraine haven't made any ground, and in fact we're approaching the halfway point. It'll be interesting to see whether these young Ukrainians have got the endurance to to hang on to the silver medal place, because that looks like the likely scenario at the moment. The Polish boat behind is also with youngsters, but we have to see how they can deal with the endurance aspect of the race.
Ramon Ferro and Oscar Grania from Spain, with many medals over the years, and recently the winner of C2 in the World Championships last year in Copenhagen. Here they are, heading for another gold medal for themselves. This time in the European Championships here in Piestany 2014. Ukraine, the youngsters from Ukraine, heading for a silver medal, but have not given up hope, of course, for a gold. Anything could happen over the long distances, and hopefully they got some drink now over this portage when they missed previously.
Takže na obrátke sme mali prvé dlhé kategórie C2 muži. Určite ste si všimli, že Španieli a Ukrajina, a len taký postreh, Španieli, ktorí sú samozrejme vyzretejší, starší vekovo, sú ďaleko lepší, aspoň čo sa týka taktiky maratónu, než ukrajinská posádka. Aj keď fyzické prednosti určite budú mať lepší, Ukrajinci sú mladší a je vidno, že počas trate španielskú posádku dobiehajú, ale taktika prenášky za každým je v prospech Španielska, ktorí na tom získavajú drahocenné sekundy a metre, a to sa môže Ukrajine stať osudným, aspoň v tom zmysle, že titul majstra Európy môže získať skôr Španieli a pre Ukrajinu zostane striebro. Ja myslím, pre týchto mladých chlapcov to bude takisto veľký úspech.
And you can see the drinking bags they are carrying, the bottles they are carrying in the C2 is quite different from what they are using in kayak racing. They are storing the bottles in a device in their boats and not over the neck in a bag, mostly in Canadian racing.
The third boat over the portage in the C2 race, the Polish boat of Dubek and Zruchnok, look to be comfortable over that portage. This is the testing lap to see whether they can make any progress up the course. So we know now that the boats, as they go past the pontoon, are all moving into their fifth lap. So well over halfway in the race. Well, not well over, but significantly over the halfway mark in the race. And the ladies' race has been going for 1 hour 10 now. And the C2 race 1 hour 5.
Takže máme už aj 3., 4. poradí z kategórie C2 muži. 25-ka polská posádka Dubiak Zuchora a maďarská posádka číslo 24 ako 4. poradí Schmidt Nať. Polská posádka má už pomerne veľký náskok pred maďarskou posádkou, čiže tam už to bude len ozaj o tej taktike prenášky a fyzickom fonde pretekárov, či teda Španieli, teda Maďari dokážu dobehnúť polskú posádku, alebo to zostane už takto, ako to je. Uvidíme. Fakt ozaj záleží od tých prenášok a aj v tom fyzickom fonde. Čo sa týka prvých 2 lodí, tam je jednoznačne velikánsky náskok španielskej posádky a samozrejme aj tej ukrajinskej. Tam podľa mňa už je rozhodnuté aspoň o prvých 2 miestach, aj keď ešte si nedovolím tvrdiť, že či Španieli ozaj zvíťazia, pretože predsa len mladá krv ukrajinská ešte môže fyzicky dotiahnuť na Španielov, ale ako hovorím, prenášky sú vždy v prospech Španielska, ktorí na tých strašne veľa získavajú. Je vidno tú vyzretosť a maratónske skúsenosti.
The shot from the bridge turn camera shows the 2 boats leading the women's K2 race, still the same, with Hungary and Italy quite content to share the lead, giving themselves plenty of room, working well together to maintain this lead position.
It's interesting to see that both Anna Alberti and Stefania Chikali is 27 years old and have so much experience, so many medals over the years in marathon racing, while Edina Chernak and Enike Vekshai is much younger. Enike Vekshai that won the women under 23 Friday this weekend, and Edina Chernak were very successful last weekend in the World Cup in Piestany. They are 21 and 25, so these youngsters will try to compete the very experienced Italian crew that were second in the World Championships in Rome 2012. They have also individual medals, silver medals and bronze medals in the World Championships all the way since 2011. And also earlier on, both in under 23 and I remember Chikali as a junior as well. Good, a very good one, many years ago.
So the second group just reaching the bridge turn with the Swedish boat in the yellow in leading the way. Great Britain on the left-hand side as they come to the turn with Spain on the inside. So the wind has dropped now, so there's not so much pressure on the boats against the boys.
And the leading Swedish couple there, Mikaela Lindblad, had a silver medal on Friday in the women under 23, and she had a silver medal also last year in Villaverde in the under 23 category, and she is paddling together with Emma Andersson, who is also 27 now, and she started her international marathon career back in the World Championships in Perth 2005 as a junior. So many years of experience for Emma and a lot of young effort for Mikaela. Both very strong-minded marathon paddlers, paddling for different clubs in Sweden, but are training a lot together.
So we saw the girls having gone round the turn, having a bit of a discussion between each other. It seemed a friendly discussion as to who was going to take the lead, but you know, the fact that they're actually doing that is almost indicative that they're not really going to try to catch the two boats in front. They've almost given up the scenario of doing that. The two boats leading the race, Hungary and Italy, are at the 1,000-metre mark now, so they're probably 2 minutes in front at this stage,
or a little bit more actually. Yes, it's a good indication that they are discussing who shall do the hard work, and they are now heading to compete each other for the bronze medal back there in the second group. No one want to do any hard work, trying to just save energy for the final stage of this race. And we will see the same scenario, I think, between the two boats in front. Just doing proper tactics and save some energy and for the finish. That will come within 40 minutes or so.
Takže o malú chvíľku budeme mať dve vedúce lode z kategórie K2 ženy na prenáške. Poradie ozaj nezmenené. Na prvom mieste je loď číslo 8 Edina Černák, Eniko Vácaj, Maďarsko, a na druhom mieste je loď z Talianska Anna Alberti, Stefania Sisali. Takže tieto dve lode s velikánskym náskokom zhruba o nejakú minútku budú na brehu a budú robiť prenášku. Za nimi potom 3., 4., 5. miesto z lode 359. Čiže tam je anglická posádka Lizzie Brockton, Faye Lamp Na 4. mieste loď číslo 5 Emma Anderson a Michaela Johnson, Švédsko. A na 5. mieste loď číslo 9 Rachel Carballo, Aurora Figueras, Španielsko. To máme prvých 5 lodí, ale prvé dve samozrejme Maďarsko a Španielsko. Pardon, Maďarsko, Taliansko, prvé dve lode o malú chvíľku, nejakých 10-15 sekúnd a máme ich na prenáške.
Leading group of 2 just coming into the portage in the women's K2 race. Hungary have led almost all the way along down this 2,000 metre leg, just under 2,000 metres from the turn. So we'll see whether the problems that they appear to have with the pump in the Hungarian boat is actually a serious problem. See how much water they have to empty out when they get out on the portage. So this time no emptying out, so it looks as though if they did have a problem before, that's been resolved itself. I suspect actually that the wind conditions at the top turn were the cause of them taking on quite a lot of water in that previous leg. So it's a question. Looks as though the Hungarians have got a slightly stronger run, and we'll see how that evolves over the next couple of laps. So Hungary very neatly away, and Italy's rudder's a bit on the bank there, so 2 or 3 lengths on the run, 2 or 3 lengths by not so smooth over the portage, gives a 6-length lead at the moment. A lot of encouragement from the bank from the Hungarians crews to make sure that they make a good use of this lead at the moment and try and maintain it. So that could be a significant break, Stefan. What do you think?
Yes, it could. They realized that, and we have seen both Nika and Dina making such moves, both in the under-23 category here and last weekend in Bohinj. So we know that they are eager to use any opportunity to break free. So they will certainly do what they can now to use this opportunity created by a very good portage technique from them and a slight mistake from the Italians. But we also know that Anna Alberti and Stefania Cicali is very endurant and skillful marathon paddlers, so I don't think they will give this up yet.
The wind's just picking up again, Stefan, so it'll be a long 2,000 metres from here down to that top turn again, straight into the wind.
Yes, and headwind used to be an advantage for a little bit larger paddlers, and the Hungarian couple is quite small girls, while both Anna and Stefania is a little bit bigger and maybe stronger. So that could make a difference for them.
So the second group into the portage, all 3 boats are out onto the bank nice and neatly without any obvious problems.
And now they are competing each other for a bronze medal. So we will see them using an opportunity to use any mistakes from their fellow competitors.
Takže prvé 3 lode, prvé 2 nám prešli, 3. a 4. poradí, lode 3, 5, 9, 3 je Anglicko, 5 je Švédsko a 5. miesto zatiaľ loď číslo 9 a to je Španielsko, to je prvých 5 lodí z kategórie K2 ženy.
And no problems entering the boats from any of the crews, and it's Sweden and Great Britain that trying now to take the opportunity to get rid of Spain. Sweden setting up a great high speed into this turn, and Faye Lamp and Lizzie Brodel, watch them now. They are really going hard to take the initiative into the turn, just to be the first crew to enter the turn, and that is proper tactics, because they are on the inside and they want a free way around the boys. And the Swedes are catching the wash, and they are just sitting there around the turn now and resting a little bit. But I doubt if they will be able to break free from Spain. The gap doesn't seem to increase so much. Yeah, maybe. The British crew has set up a very high speed now, and now the gap increases. While we watch the slow motion, the great slow motion shots of the replay. And out there on the course, it's still Hungary, and the gap is exactly the same as it was when we saw them outside here. So Italy is not making any progress closing this gap. It's a real competition ongoing out there now. They are working as hard as they can, both crews, saving no strength or effort to create an advantage for themselves.
We saw with one or two of the Italian boats yesterday, Stefan, that they took the race very close to that far bank over there, when inside the fallen down trees, but the girls haven't done that this time. But now I can see now they're working really hard to make up the gap. So at the 800 meter point from the pontoon, they're working really hard to make the gap. And there's a bit of the land juts out a bit there. There's a bit of a beach, and they're all going to come out a bit more into the middle to go around that beach.
Takže na prenáške máme prvé dve lode z kategórie C2 muži. To je prvá loď, je samozrejme Španielsko, číslo 30 Fero Graňa, a na druhom mieste loď číslo 21 Ukrajina Levščenko Šápová. To sú prvé dve lode z kategórie C2 muži.
And in C2 it's the same gap, exactly the same gap as the previous lap. They are staying together, but with a gap 50 meters in between, and still Spain in the lead, and Ukraine. And the Ukraine seems to lose some ground jumping into the boat on every portage, but are very good on the water. And now I can see in the binocular that Italy has made it. They are up to, they have closed the gap on Hungary, so they stay together again now. And the Spanish boat has dropped off far behind Sweden and Great Britain. So it seems like it will be a competition for gold between Hungary and Italy, side by side there, very close to the bank. And for the bronze medal between Sweden and Great Britain.
Naša prenáške sa blíži, lebo na prenáške máme tretiu poradí z kategórie C2 muži. Loď číslo 25 Bartoš Dubiak, Mateusz Zuchora, Polsko, a hneď za ním na štvrtom mieste, alebo za chvíľočku bude na prenáške loď číslo 24, to je maďarská posádka Richard Schmidt a Györgyeli Balázs Nať. To je štvrtá poradí, za chvíľočku ich budeme na brehu.
So good run over the portage by the third boat in the canoe race from the Polish boat. They haven't made up any ground on that last lap, so it looks as though they may be making progress, but at the moment, as they've come round to the pontoon to finish lap 5, it doesn't seem that they're going to have enough time, if they've got the ability and the endurance, to get back to the front two boats.
Takže maďarská posádka nám práve vystupuje na breh. Takže štvrtá poradí, loď číslo 24, Schmidt Naď Maďarsko. Štvrtá poradí z kategórie C2 muži. No ako vidíte, veľké, velikánske, strašne veľké rozdiely sú prvá, druhá, tretia a štvrtá loď. Ja myslím, že tretie a štvrté miesto je dosť už aj rozhodnuté. Prvé, druhé miesto ešte stále budem veriť a dúfať, že ukrajinská posádka ešte nejakým spôsobom dokáže stiahnuť náskok španielskej lode. Ale zatiaľ je to tak, ako sme povedali. Španielsko prvé miesto, Ukrajina druhé miesto zatiaľ. Tretie miesto je Poľsko a štvrté Maďarsko. To je poradie kategórii C2 muži.
So the young Hungarian boat of Schmidt and Nagy in the 4th place in the men's race.
No a na hornej obrátke máme prvé dve lode z kategórie K2 ženy, Taliansko a Maďarsko. Taliansko je Alberti Sisali, Maďarsko Černák Vácaj. To sú prvé dve lode z kategórie K2 ženy. Je zaujímavé zase, že Maďarky už mali mierny náskok pred Taliankami, ale Talianky sa dokázali dotiahnuť na maďarskú posádku, takže zase idú bok po boku vedľa seba na obrátke a myslím si, že medzi týmito dvoma už sa ozaj rozhodne o tom titule Majsteriek Európy pre rok 2014. Takže horná obrátka, dojdu dole, ukončia 6. kolečko, potom budú mať ešte jedno veľké, jedno malé a pôjdu do záveru. Takže horná obrátka K2 ženy.
The Italian boat just leading round the top turn from Hungary. Looks trying to pick up some views of their faces going around that turn, and it looks to me as though the Italians are looking sort of confident and strong here. We'll have to see.
Yeah, they are really looking confident, but also you can see from in their faces that they have been doing a hard job to close the gap. And the Hungarians have done what they could to increase it, so I think it's two tired crews for the moment, and we will see them save some energy now with the wind in their back towards the next portage. They have nothing to gain to fight each other on this downward leg of the course.
So coming into the top turn now, the British boat with Sweden, who've managed to maintain that good lead over the Spanish boat. So the British boats are going to be on the inside going around the turn.
Quite a high frequency and they're paddling there, and I think are trying to keep up the speed just good enough to not let the Spanish boat close the gap. Heading for the competition of the bronze medal.
Takže na obrátke druhá skupina, alebo tretia, štvrtá, piata poradí z kategórie K2 ženy. To sú lode 359, trojka je anglická posádka, alebo Veľká Británia, Broughton Lamp, to je Veľká Británia, peťka je švédska posádka Anderson Johnson a loď číslo 9, ktorá síce tam trošku zaostáva, myslím si, teraz to trošku, áno, tá už trošku zaostáva. To číslo 9 je Španielsko Carballo Figueras, ale to je tretie, štvrté a piaté miesto poradí, takže na obrátke je trojka, peťka, trojka Veľká Británia, peťka je Švédsko.
So we're hour 31 into the race. We reckon about a 2-hour race. So the British boat looked comfortable going around there, but the Sweden's happy as well, and the 4 girls are having a little chat to each other. So it seems pretty friendly out there, Stefan.
Absolutely.
Almost as friendly as is up here on the commentary position.
I doubt that. But of course they are friendly. They have nothing to gain to start to fight each other too hard there. They want a fair race. They are 4 good girls, good friends, also outside the racing. Of course they will have a fierce competition for the bronze medal later. But that doesn't mean they aren't friendly.
Takže k prenáške zostáva zhruba nejakých 500 metrov, čož je maximum do 2 minút. A to je kategória K2 ženy, prvé 2 lode, K2 ženy 8 a 1. Osmička je Maďarsko Černák Vácaj a jednotka číslo Alberti Sisali, Taliansko. Čiže do 2 minút ich máme na prenáške vedúce 2 lode z kategórie K2 ženy.
And the British and the four girls there, and the Swedish and British boats, they are the same type of paddlers, all 4 of them. They are marathon specialists, and they really like the long distances. Not so strong. They are not very big girls with a lot of muscles on them. They are more of endurance marathon paddlers, all of them. So they have a lot in common, and they will try to use that for winning the bronze medal.
So the leading 2 boats for 100 meters to the 40, Stefan, now, and the Hungarian boat went in front of about 1,000 meter point, and they're now very comfortable coming into the portage.
Yeah.
Na veži vítame rodinu Bergendiovi, ktorí nás došli skontrolovať. Samozrejme s riaditeľom pretekov. To ja si nikdy neodpustím, ja to musím povedať. Takže 100 metrov zostáva do prenášky kategórie K2 ženy, tým vedúcim 2 lodiam, osmička a jednotka Maďarsko, Taliansko. Ja si myslím, že už teraz bude táto prenáška veľmi dôležitá, lebo tu sa môže dojsť tomu prvému trháku, takému rozhodujúcemu, kedy buď Maďarky alebo Talianky dokážu uskočiť druhej lodi a urobiť si rozhodujúci náskok pred posledným okruhom, tým veľkým samozrejme, potom bude ešte to malé kolečko a bude finish, ale už teraz sa bude veľa rozhodovať na tejto prenáške, takže na prenáške Maďarsko a Taliansko kategórie K2 ženy, prvé 2 lode poradí.
So the 2 leading boats in the women's race coming into the portage. Now this is a big question, is whether this is a decisive portage, because we know that there's one, there's just under 2, well, 1 big full lap plus a little bit, and then the short lap. So we have to see whether this is significant, but it doesn't look as though either of the pairs of women are trying to really run hard here. They're taking it reasonably easily.
Yeah, it does. I think they are quite tired, both of the crews. We have seen different tactics in this stage of the race over the weekend. Some races have been really fierce competition over this portage, and once again Hungary create a gap for themselves over the portage by their excellent technique jumping into the boat again, but they are taking it nice and easy and are really waiting for Italy coming up so they can help each other for another full lap. Yeah, they were doing a fierce competition in the strong wind in their noses on the previous lap, and maybe they don't want to suffer that once again. Instead, they are waiting for the final portage that will come here after the next lap.
Takže prvé 2 lode máme po prenáške Je to Maďarsko a Taliansko, ako ste videli, Maďarky dokázali zase lepšie preniesť tú loď, ale Talianky za každým sa dokážu veľmi rýchlo dotiahnuť na maďarskú vedúcu posádku a keď pozerám, nejakých 600-700 metrov zostáva do prenášky aj vedúci loďar z kategórie C2 muži, 30 je Španielsko a 21 Ukrajina, takže nejakých 500-600 metrov, to je zhruba 2-3 minútky a máme na prenáške aj C2 muži.
And coming into the portage now will be the Swedish and the Great Britain boat, contesting the third and fourth position in this race. This could be a decisive portage from these girls' point of view. It looks as though the Hungarians initially have settled for the last portage or a very strong pull over the last 800 metres, Stefan, but I think that's not necessarily going to be the case for these girls, and I think they may well, this might be quite decisive.
Yeah, they will definitely try to compete each other here. Both of them endurance, and they want to try to use that over the last full lap. None of them taking any more drinks, running as much as they can. But no, it's not that high speed anyway.
No, I think at this stage there's no point in running as flat out over the portage and getting to the other end and being so tired that you can't paddle. So a good portage there by both the boats. I was a little bit concerned that they seem to be getting their rudders quite far up the bank and taking a bit of a chance there that they don't actually damage their rudders as they're pulling away as they jump in the boat. Sweden and Great Britain now got a probably 200 metres time the Spanish boat gets back in the water. So, having passed the pontoon to complete the sixth lap, the leading two boats in the women's race have got one full lap to go, plus the final portage, and then round the 800 metre loop to the finish, or nearly 900 metres actually.
Takže na prenáške sme mali poradiť 3., 4. a 5. loď z kategórie K2 ženy. 3., 4., 5. miesto poradí lode 3, 5, 9, tam sa to ozaj nemení. Takže tam je Veľká Británia, Švédsko a Španielsko. Samozrejme Španielky tie sú na 5. mieste, to je loď číslo 9, ktorá trošku už teda zaostáva dosť výrazne. Čiže o ten bronz, o bronzovú medailu rozhodnú medzi sebou Švédsko a Veľká Británia. No a 100 metrov zostáva na prenášku kategórii C2 muži. Na prvom mieste stále španielská posádka Ramón Ferro, Oscar Graňa, Španielsko vedúca loď kategórie C2 muži. 100 metrov zhruba za nimi pádluje ukrajinská posádka Oleksandr Levčenko, Andrej Šapoval, to je 2. miesto, a 3., 4. to už budeme musieť počkať. Poľská posádka je zhruba 400 metrov od prenášky, čiže za Ukrajinou zaostáva nejakých 200 metrov. Takže o malú chvíľku máme aj C2, C2 muži na prenáške.
Strong run over the portage by the French women. Just got to the other end. Yeah, nice and neatly into the boat, so the good effort over the portage was worth it. And now coming into the portage, we've got the leading boat in the sea race, and the gap's still about the same, Stefan. Still only 150 metres.
Quite amazing, actually. Looks like if the Spanish crew just set a good enough speed, not letting the gap decrease. Got some new drinks. These veterans in international marathon racing in C2. Very good technique from the Ukraine team to empty the boat, coordinated, good. Probably not having a foot pump in it, just doing that technique instead from these youngsters from Ukraine. Holding the silver position, quite surprisingly, actually.
Much better handover of the drinks on the support for the Ukrainians that time. I think they must have lengthened the straps.
Learning by doing.
Yeah, indeed. So they're getting into the water together with the two boats from Finland. So these girls are going to be having a pretty tough race between the two from the same country. And actually we saw that the second Spanish boat looked pretty positive over that last portage, and I think they may be thinking that they can get back to their compatriots. So there's about 5,000 meters to go from this point as they go past the start and pontoon.
Takže nám prešla aj ukrajinská posádka, ktorá má stratu už asi 200-250 metrov. A k prenáške ide tretia poradí poľská posádka v kategórii C2 muži. To je Bartoš, Dubiak, Mateus, Zuchora. Takže tretia loď poradí na prenáške z kategórie C2 muži. A zhruba o nejakú minútku alebo nejak zhruba tak nám dojde aj štvrtá poradí. Aj keď možno to bude viac už trvať, lebo španielská loď už zaostáva o dosť. Teda španielská, maďarská posádka, tá už zaostáva za Poľskou o dosť, takže tretia poradí na brehu, respektíve už sa dá na vodu, je poľská posádka Dubiak, Zuchora.
I think the Ukrainian C2 was in a slightly difficult position there, Stefan, because they were in between the two women's K2s, and we know that they're not allowed to take any ride on their washes. But of course, going around the turn, that's they're not really in control of what's happening. So, but now you see they've moved wider. They have very sensibly moved away. So there's no debate about whether they were gaining any advantage.
It seems
smart move by these young boys.
Exactly. It seems like they know now what they are doing, and it seems like they tried the best to avoid any difficulties there.
So looking down the course, Stefan, at the 1,500 metre mark, the two leading boats are still together, as Italy and Hungary still together, and probably 300 metres or so behind, but maybe a little bit more, 3 minutes possibly, the English boat with, sorry, the Great Britain boat, I'll get in trouble for saying that, the Great Britain boat with the Swedish boat still contesting that third and fourth position.
Yes, and we will have very interesting final portage here within a couple of minutes. Two very intense competitions over this final portage, one for the gold medal and one for the bronze medal between four very good crews. Two for the gold and two for the bronze.
So the shot from the bridge turn with the Italian boat on the inside, Hungary on the outside.
It clearly shows how they are saving energy for the finish. Not a high speed there. They look quite relaxed. A big difference to what we saw on the same shots the previous lap after that tough competition. Leaving good enough room for all of them around the turn there. No problems at all.
Obviously still got that reasonably strong breeze coming through the bridge there,
yeah,
pushing the boats onto the buoys, which we said before are reasonably large, and you have to be a bit careful you don't hit them or hit them with your paddle, probably more significantly. So they're very relaxed out.
Yeah, they are resting a bit now with the wind in the back, just sailing with their wide shoulders as sails in the wind towards here, saving some energy.
I was almost tempted to give a rendition of Rod Stewart then, Stefan, but if my wife's listening, she's probably pleased I didn't.
Máme krásne detailné zábery na vrchnú obrátku, Taliansko a maďarská posádka. Takže to sú prvé dve lode, ktorým zostáva 1600-1700 metrov zhruba dole na prenášku. To bude posledná prenáška a potom idú malý okruh, malé kolečko 880 metrov a bude finish, takže táto prenáška kategórie K2 ženy bude vysoko dôležitá. A ja si myslím, že na tej prenáške sa aj rozhodne, ktorá z týchto dvoch lodí, či Taliansko alebo Maďarsko, získa titul majsteriek Európy pre rok 2014. Takže ja by som typol nejakých 5-6 minút a máme ich na prenáške. Takže 5-6 minút do prenášky K2 ženy.
Perfect rhythm showed on the nice slow motion replay on the screen. Relaxed and nice paddling.
And now the British and the Swedish boat coming into that same turn. Probably about 3 minutes down, Stefan, do you think? Or maybe they're not quite as much as that now.
A little bit less, I think.
Yeah.
A little bit better speed among these girls. Different type of paddlers. They like to keep a constant pace. I don't think we will see them resting after the turn there. They will just keep on going. Competing for the bronze medal. And Lizzie Broughton and Faye Lamp, they won the gold medals on the European Championships together last year in Vila Verde in Portugal. So they are experienced. Are they from the same club?
No, Faye Lamp in the bow there is from Waykite Club in Guildford, and Lizzie from Richmond Canoe Club in Richmond, in fact, on the Thames.
So actually it's one of your girls, Jim, that is racing there.
Well, that's right, yes. It is. It's always great to see your club paddlers out there. And what about you, Stefan, in the ladies' race? You know these two girls very well from Sweden?
Yes, and Mikaela Lindblad is the daughter of Peter Jonsson, who had a medal here back in '89, I think, in the World Cup when he was paddling with Torbjörn Thoresson, who has had also his son here racing yesterday. So it's quite a heritage.
It's always good to keep it in the family, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's how canoeing in most sports are, actually.
So, leading two boats in the women's race, 700 metres now from their final portage. Both taking it reasonably easy at this stage. So this is all going to be down to a nice clean portage, Stefan, I think.
Yes, but a very intense one. They are saving energy now and loading some adrenaline into their brains and bodies to have the ability to rush towards the portage. And we'll see how long they dare to wait until they try to take the initiative. It's very important to have a very clean and very fast jump out of the boat. And I think they are increasing the speed a little bit now with Hungary in the lead and Italy on the outside. They are not paddling full speed yet, but the speed has definitely increased when they disappear behind these bushes there on their way into this final portage.
Takže na prenášku, poslednú prenášku ide kategória K2 ženy. Tu sa bude rozhodovať, ozaj sa bude rozhodovať o tých zlatých medailách, pretože ak to niektorá z týchto dvoch posádok, či Maďarsko alebo Taliansko pokazí, tak bude rozhodnuté o zisku majsteriek o zlaté medaily a titulu majsterky Európy. Takže malo chvíľočka a máme na prenáške K2 ženy.
And no big effort yet. They are coming around the pontoon now, not full speed, quite relaxed yet. We'll see how they will manage. This is quite unusual. It used to be very, very high speed into the portage, but they are taking the Coleman now. Now I think it will be tough running. It must be. This is the final portage, just some 100 meters more to go, up to a kilometer or so, and it's Hungary. It's Hungary, Enike Vekshai and Edina Cernak and Enike Vekshai that has the lead now, and their fast legs are carrying them these 120 meters on the final decisive portage, and they have established a good gap for themselves now, and we know they have a very good technique jumping into the boat and no mistakes there. It was no mistakes made, and it's Hungary that have established a gap of increasing gap actually of 30 meters or so, and it's Hungary that is heading for gold.
Takže Maďarky nepokazili prenášku ani Talianky, ale samozrejme maďarské reprezentantky získali náskok zhruba 30-40 metrov a vážení priatelia, toto môže byť rozhodujúci okamih preto, aby maďarská posádka získala titul majsteriek Európy. Uvidíme, zostáva 880 metrov, respektíve ešte kilometr v súčasnej chvíli, kilometr do cieľa kategórii K2 ženy.
And I think we just see on the replay there the scenario which has caused that gap, Stefan. I think all the way around this race, it's been difficult for Anna, who's always had to get out into the deeper water. Stefano is very, very quick out of the boat, leaps out the front, but it's been difficult for Anna to deal with it in the back, and that was the classic example of a lack of coordination now.
Yeah, it was very obvious from the replay, but we have seen this happen in race after race over this weekend. Excellent Hungarian portage technique have been decisive in the final portage. They are really using this as an advantage for themselves. Jumping into the boat very, very quickly, no stop, and very well coordinated. They must have practiced this especially for this course.
Right, and now we have the pretty intense portage for the bronze medal, I'm thinking, in the women's race.
Takže ako vidíte, Maďarky majú strašne veľký náskok, to už je 50-60 metrov a keď sa nič takého zvláštneho nestane, nejaká technická závada na lodi. Ja si myslím, že je rozhodnuté, ale teraz je súboj o 3. a 4. miesto medzi Švédskom a Anglickom. Tak som zvedavý, či Angličanky alebo Švédky. Uvidíme.
It is Sweden and Great Britain side by side running very, very fast. It's a very tough competition now between Sweden and Great Britain over this final portage. No mistakes here, jumping out of the boats side by side into the water again. Sweden and Great Britain. Emma Andersson, Mikaela Jonsson, Lizzie and Faye Lamp. No mistakes into the water, and they are side by side going for the bronze. Very, very skillfully done final portage for these two experienced crews. Young but experienced.
Yeah, I think that was excellent by both the boats there, Stefan. They know how much pressure this is, and they conducted their portaging in an excellent manner there.
Yeah, really excellent. No mistakes. And out there for their final turn, it's Hungary. Hungary in the lead, and I think they have secured the gold medals for themselves. Another gold medal for Hungary, Hungary that has had an excellent weekend here. So many gold medals.
Takže obrátka horná, teda vlastne ani nie horná obrátka, už len tá posledná obrátka. A vo vedení je loď Maďarská, takže Maďarky si myslím rozhodnú vo svoj prospech a zvíťazia, získajú titul majsteriek Európy pre rok 2014 kategórii K2 ženy. Edina Černák, Eny Kováčaj, Maďarsko. 400 niečo metrov do cieľa, takže nejaké 2-3 minútky a budeme poznať meno majsteriek Európy. A k prenáške sa blíži aj prvá loď z kategórie C2 muži. Je to španielská posádka Ferográňa a za nimi potom ide ukrajinská posádka Levčenko Šapoval, ale venujeme sa K2 ženám.
So I think Stefan and I have established that the Great Britain boat and the Swedish boat, neither of the girls are particularly strong over sort of a 200-meter race. So I think this is going to be a long endurance pull for over this last 900 meters.
Exactly, and I think that Lizzie Broughton and Faye Lamp have already started that. They are going quite hard speed up there on this towards this turn. But now we will concentrate on the gold medalists, and they are also going very, very hard out there. Edina Černák and Enike Vakšaj. Enike Vakšaj that will have a second gold medal over this weekend by this. She had a gold medal in under 23 K1 for ladies, and Edina Černák had a very successful weekend last weekend in Bochini. But now together in the K2 they will have a gold medal in the European Championships, Marathon Championships here in Piestany 2014.
So with 200 meters to go for the girls, we got the leading boat over the portage in the C2 race as well, Stefan. So you can't go to the ladies finish.
And it's Hungary, Edina Černák and Enike Vakšaj, gold medalist, European Championships 2014, Hungary!
Takže prvé miesto, zlatá medaila, titul majsteriek Európy, kategórii K2 ženy získala maďarská posádka Edina Černák, Eny Kováčaj.
And the silver is for Italy by Anna Alberti and Stefania Cicali.
Takže druhé miesto, strieborné medaily v kategórii K2 ženy, talianská posádka Anna Alberti, Stefania Cicali, Taliansko.
A very fair race and a very good one as well, where Hungary showed the importance of a very good portage technique.
And the young boys from Ukraine are safely over their last portage. As we look down to the short turn for the third and fourth position in the women's race, and the Great Britain boat has just got the inside lane going around those boys.
We'll see if they will use that. It is a slight advantage if they want to use it around the final turning buoy. The proper tactic there is to increase the speed as much as they can exactly at the moment they leave that turning buoy, turning their rudder left and increase the speed. We'll see if they do that or if they just wait a little bit. None of these crews are especially good at 200 meters, and I think Sweden shifted the side there and they increased the speed. They went up on the inner side of the British boat, and now they are going, as you said, Jim. Both the crews really wanted a long finish, and they are going full speed now. Full speed from the British team and the Swedish team there, and it is Great Britain in the lead, I think. Great Britain who set the speed, and they are in the lead now. Sweden is still wash hanging, and yeah, this will be very close.
Do cieľa zostáva nejakých 250 metrov v kategórii K2 ženy. Je tam súboj o 3. a 4. miesto medzi posádkami Anglicka, teda Veľkej Británie a Švédska. Momentálne vo vedení by som typoval loď Anglicka a je to aj môj tajný favorit, aspoň v tomto mikrosúboji. Takže Veľká Británia zvíťazí nad Švédskom. Ja si myslím, že to takto skončí a kolega Jim takisto verí v to, že posádka z Veľkej Británie bude mať aspoň bronzovú medailu.
And with 115 more meters to go, it seems like it is the British team that has a slight advantage. Faye Lamp and Lizzie Broughton, that had a gold medal last year, is showing that they are worth another medal. And it will be, yeah, Sweden is coming back now. They are responding a little bit, but it will be Great Britain that will have the bronze medal to Lizzie Broughton and Faye Lamp from Great Britain.
Takže 3. miesto a bronzovú medailu v kategórii K2 ženy získala posádka z Veľkej Británie Emma Anderson. Pardon, berem späť. Liz Broughton and Faye Lamp. Veľká Británia. Trošku som sa sekol, pardon.
And 4th position to Emma Anderson and Mikaela Lindblad. Sweden.
Čiže 4. miesto vlastne patrí švédskej posádke Emma Anderson a Michelle Johnson. Takže 4. poradí švédska posádka, alebo reprezentantky Švédska.
So another medal for Lizzie Broughton, who had a silver medal yesterday, finishing 2 marathons in 2 days. That's pretty strong, isn't it, Jim?
I think so, yeah.
And congratulations to you, to one of your girls, Faye Lamp, from Way Canoe Club, who brought a bronze medal home also for you.
Takže na obrátke máme 250, respektíve 400 metrov, dajme tak, 400 metrov zostáva do cieľa prvej lode v poradí, alebo vo vedení, teda 400 metrov do cieľa kategória C2 muži. Je to loď číslo 30, Ferrograňa, Španielsko, čiže minútka a pol a máme v cieli aktuálnych majstrov Európy kategórii C2 muži. Za nimi potom na obrátke, už do obrátky vchádza ukrajinská posádka Levčenko, Šápová, ktorí budú mať strieborné medaile, a poľskej posádke zostáva ešte nejakých 700-800 metrov. To je Dubiak, Zuchorák, k tomu, aby získali bronzové medaile v kategórii C2 muži.
And it's the Spanish boats 5 and 6 in the K2 race as we look down the course now, and it's 400 meters to go for the leading boats in the C2.
The very experienced Ramon Faro and Oscar Grania, the world champs from last year, have once again proven that they are top of the world in C2 marathon racing. Ramon Faro, 36 years old, and Oscar Grania, 38. These veterans on the C2 paddling. Having competing in this for 2 decades, they are now finalizing another marathon the best way possible, heading for gold.
100 metrov do cieľa dostáva vedúcej lode kategórie C2 muži Ramon Ferro, Oscar Graňa, Španielsko, ktorí pádlujú pre titul majstrov Európy kategórii C2 muži pre rok 2014.
Paddling quite relaxed with the wind on their wide shoulders into the finish line for another gold medal. Gold medalists, European Championships 2014 in C2, Ramon Ferro and Oscar Grania, Spain.
Na druhom mieste prichádza do cieľa ukrajinská posádka, čiže druhé miesto a strieborné medaile v kategórii C2 muži získava Oleksandr Levchenko a Andriy Shapoval.
And Ukraine, the big surprise in this race, the youngsters from Ukraine are finalizing this race with a very good in-sprint for their silver medal. So, Oleksandr Levchenko and Andriy Shapoval, Ukraine! Silver medalist in this European Championships.
Takže ukrajinskí mladci si dopadovali pre strieborné medaile napriek svojmu veku, že sú ešte veľmi mladí oproti španielskej posádke, ktorá svoju vyzretosť a skúsenosti z maratónu zúročila a pretavila do zlatých medailí, tak samozrejme ukrajinskí mladíci, strieborná medaila, myslím, že veľký úspech a tieto skúsenosti, ktoré získali v Piešťanoch na majstrovstvách Európy v ďalších rokoch z úžitkou a pevne verím, že budeme ich vidieť na tých medailových stupienkoch nielen na Európe, ale aj na majstrovstvách sveta. Takže gratulujeme a tretia poradí v kategórii C2 muži pádluje poľská posádka a to je Bartoš Dubiak, Mateusz Zuchora, ktorý zostáva do cieľa 200 metrov.
And on their way to the finish line is the bronze medalist in C2, and that is Poland, Bartosz Dubiak and Mateusz Zuchora. Having done their race without any wash hanging, all by themselves, which is very strong, of course. Bronze medalist, European Championship C2 2014, Bartosz Dubiak and Mateusz Zuchora, Poland!
Takže poľskú posádku máme v cieli, takisto sa radujú zo zisku bronzových medailí v kategórii C2 muži. No, pomalinky nám tu dochádzajú aj ďalšie tie lode do cieľa a predpokladám, že teraz 11:36, že cca o 12:00 bude slávnostné vyhlásenie výsledkov, čiže ceremoniál a potom v čase 12:30 bude zlatý klinec programu dnešného dňa, to je kategória K2 muži na trati 30 km a tam budeme zase vidieť veľké súboje, tam dosť posádok prihlásených, tak sa veľmi teším na tento pretek. Takže cca o 12:00 vás pozývam k slávnostnému vyhláseniu a ak to stihnú usporiadatelia skôr, tak možno aj skôr, my vám to určite včas dáme vedieť, kedy bude vyhlásenie.
And the fourth position is Richard Smith and Balázs Nagy from Hungary. In this very high quality C2 race on these European Championships. C2 category has really improved over the years with many good athletes coming. And it's remarkable that no one of these guys have done C1 before during this competition. So it's a lot of good sea paddlers out there. And thank you for following us over these two races this morning. All of you that have watched the excellent live stream here from Piestany, Slovakia in the European Marathon Championships 2014. We will now have a slight 10 minutes pause and then the prize giving ceremony for the women K2 and the men C2. And then after the prize giving ceremony, we will start the men K2.
Yeah, so local time, men's K2 off Steven at 12:30. So 12:30, only 45 minutes time, or 50 minutes time, so 12:30 European time.
So welcome back then to another very exciting race. K2 men marathon used to be one of the most excited, one of the races with most excitement there are on the marathon courses. So welcome back then.
Yeah, 10 minutes break and come back and join us for the medal ceremonies.
Transmission was broken. Try again, please. The Spanish boat for the next race, they've been given the numbers 1 and 2 instead of 51 and 52. Is that okay with you, or do you need them to go back and get 51 and 52? Over. That's okay, Christine. Let them run with those two numbers.
že o malú chvíľu pristúpime k slávnostnému vyhláseniu výsledkov kategórie K2 ženy a potom C2 muži.
Yesterday they changed it round and we saw them. They're just trying to make sure we're still awake. Yeah, not going to sleep. They just change people round. Life is a challenge.
Igor, ťa zdravím, ahoj. Že o malú chvíľku pristúpime k vyhlasovaniu kategórie K2 ženy. Už len počkáme, až pozaňajú pretekárky a ideme na vyhlasovanie. 2-3 minútky a myslím, že to prebehne. Potom za tým máme vyhlasovanie kategórie C2 muži. Potom bude malinká prestávočka a pôjde sa na štart kategórie K2 muži, čo je posledný pretek dnešného dňa aj celých majstrovstiev Európy v maratóne. Takže posledný pretek si dúfam nenecháte ujsť, určite bude veľmi zaujímavý. K2 muži, to bude bitka, to bude šport, rýchlosť, to bude presne excelent. Stojí to za to proste ísť a pozrieť si to.
Welcome back to those watching the live streaming around Europe. We're just about to proceed with the medal presentations for this morning's racing. That's the women's K2 and the men's C2. Spain playing handball. España handball. Can you stop for the ceremony, please? España, handball, stop for the ceremony.
Poprosím niekoho, dobre, už nás rozumeli Španieli, takže nemusíme tam nikoho posielať z usporiadateľov. Ďakujeme pekne.
Come on then, we'll start the racing very soon. What? Lizzie and Faye, can you come immediately to the medal presentation? Lizzie and Faye. James, is Lizzie and Faye there? James Smythe. Where's Lizzie and Faye?
Takže trošku sa nám to preťahuje. Trošku sa preťahuje ten ceremoniál, ale je to z toho dôvodu, že anglické dievčatá sa boli trošku upraviť.
Can you do a quick portage, Faye, please? Quick portage.
Takže ešte im dáme 1 až 2 minútky, nech sa Angličanky oblečú, lebo boli v sprche, čo som si všimol, a ako náhle sa oblečú do národných farieb, tak malú chvíľku ich máme pri vyhlasovaní, takže 2-3 minútky a pristúpime k vyhláseniu, takže poprosím o malé strpenie. Ešte hádam chvíľočko, už by tam mali byť, neviem teda, kde sa mocú tie dievčatá anglické. Ale už nám tu oznamoval tým líder Veľkej Británie, že už tam sú niekde poblížku, tak hádam, už sa tam pridajú k tým ostatným dievčatám a pristúpime k tomu vyhláseniu. Zbytočne sa to naťahuje, už to malo byť dávno vybavené jedno aj druhé. No, musíme vydržať.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation, the women's K2, will begin.
Vážené dámy, vážení páni, pristúpime k slávnostnému vyhláseniu výsledkov kategórie K2 ženy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the women's K2. The medals will be presented by Patrick Bernard, board member from the European Canoe Association, accompanied by the Hungarian team manager Robert Weiss.
Vážení priatelia, vážené dámy a páni, počas ceremoniálu medaile bude odozdávať Patrick Bernard, člen prezídia Európskej kanoistickej asociácie a vedúci týmu maďarského týmu Robert Weiss.
The bronze medal from Great Britain, Lizzie Barton and Faye Lamp.
Takže na 3. mieste v kategórii K2 ženy skončili reprezentantky Veľkej Británie.
The silver medal from Italy, Anna Alberti and Stefano Siccheri.
Druhé miesto a strieborné medaile získali pretekárky Talianska.
And the gold medal and European champions from Hungary, Edna Sanek and Iko Vasku.
Prvé miesto, zlaté medaily a samozrejme titul majsteriek Európy pre rok 2014 kategórii K2 ženy získali reprezentantky Maďarska.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand for the national anthem of Hungary?
Vážené dámy, vážení páni, záznie hymna Maďarskej republiky. Poprosím, povstaňte.
Thank you, ladies, and congratulations.
Milé dámy, ďakujeme a samozrejme gratulujeme k dosiahnutým výsledkom a najviac maďarskej posádke k titulu majstrek Európy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's C2 will begin.
Vážené dámy, vážení páni, pristúpime k slávnostnému vyhláseniu výsledkov kategórie C2 muži.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the men's C2. Medals will be presented by Patrick Bernard, board member of the European Canoe Association, accompanied by the team manager from Spain, Javier Rodriguez.
Vážené dámy, vážení páni, počas ceremoniálu medaile a diplomy bude odozdávať Patrick Bernard, člen Európskej kanoistickej asociácie, a Javier Rodriguez, vedúci týmu Španielska.
The bronze medal from Poland, Bartosz Dubek and Maciej Zuchora.
Tretie miesto bronzové medaile získala posádka z Polska.
The silver medal from Ukraine, Alexander Levchenko and Alexandra Sheprova.
Druhé miesto a strieborné medaile získali reprezentanti Ukrajiny.
And the gold medal and European champions from Spain, Romafeo and Oscar Graham.
Takže prvé miesto, titul majstrov Európy a zlaté medaile samozrejme získali reprezentanti Španielska.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the medals, the national anthem of Spain.
Vážené dámy, vážení páni, zaznie hymna Španielska. Poprosím, povstaňte.
Congratulations, gentlemen, and thank you very much.
Vážení páni, gratulujeme vám k výsledkom, samozrejme novým majstrom Európy zo Španielska.
Our attention turns now back to the water with the men's K2 due to start in 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Takže 6 minút zostáva do štartu poslednej kategórie majstrovstiev Európy maratóne tu v Piešťanoch pre rok 2014. Je to kategória K2 muži na trati 30 kilometrov.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final race of this 2014 European Marathon Championships. For all of you watching the live stream, we are in Piestany, Slovakia, about 100 kilometers from Bratislava and 150 kilometers from Vienna, in the center of Europe, for the European Championships in marathon canoeing. We have a very, very interesting start line this afternoon, and we will come back to all the boats and the crews and the athletes over this close to 2-hour race in front of us. The start will be within 5 minutes. And on the start line we have two very, very experienced and good Spanish crews, Ivan Alonso and Emilio Merchan. And the other one is Walter Busan and Alvaro Fernandez. Very, very good marathon paddlers with many, many medals over the years. We have also from Hungary, Adrian Boros and Matej Petrovic. Adrian Boros, who did a marathon race yesterday very well, and Matej Petrovic, a former medalist in K1 marathon. And many others very, very good crews as well, of course. And it's less than 5 minutes to the start, so we hand over to the starter.
Thank you.
Say he likes his punishment. It's glutton. It's the sort of if you're a glutton, you have a lot.
Okay, yeah. And off they are. We expect a very, very interesting race. The yellow boat in the middle there is the Belgium crew, Dries Corinne and Alexander Soloid. Very, very experienced crew, 29 and 39 years old, and they are taking the lead out from the pontoon. But now it is Hungary. Hungary, as we are used to see them. Adrian Boros and Matej Petrovic together with the British team. Sweden are there in their yellow tracksuits. And of course Spain. Spain that today is paddling in the yellow and white. There's many, many white shirts out there today. Very difficult for us to recognize who is who. But with good help of the cameras, that will be possible anyway. Currently, it's Hungary that approaches the team, the group now. Both Hungarian crews are on each side now, and I think it's Spain in the lead, and 2 Hungarians, and also Czech Republic is there. Czech Republic, that is Hynek Krost and David Kontrus. Denmark, Nikolai Blach and Elias Kramer is also there. And the full group stay well together. Sorry? Okay. Thank you. And I think we will see Spain, Ivan Alonso, who did a very good race yesterday. And he was actually first over the finish line, but had a time penalty, so he was second in the result list. And he is today paddling with his teammate Emilio Merchan. Both of them experienced marathon paddlers, and Emilio Merchan, 38 years old, with several gold medals in World Championships in his track record. Ivan Alonso was the winner of the World Championships 2012 in both K1 and K2. And he won there with Emilio Merchan back in 2012. So it's a former world champs on the start line there. Walter Bozan and Alvaro Fernandez, also Spain, 36 and 32 years old, also very, very experienced with many medals over the years in marathon paddling. These crews have both number 1 and 2. I don't know if they have been able to choose these numbers by themselves, number 1 and 2. It looks like a possible result list. But competing them will be, they will be competed mostly by the Hungarians, I think. Adrian Boros, who made an excellent race yesterday, finishing 5th in the K1. And he is paddling together with Matej Petrovic, who had a bronze medal in the World Championships in Singapore already 2011, and have been top of the world marathon paddler since then. The second Hungarian team is Christian Mate and Bendigis Nyari. They are new. I haven't seen them around. They are young, 23 and 20 years old only. The Hungarian selection races used to be as hard as the World Championships, with many paddlers participating and competing for the team. So we quite often see new crews coming up from Hungary. They have both number 58, and they are paddling in green tracksuits. The blue tracksuit that you can see on the screen soon is Hynek Krost and David Kotters from Czech Republic. Czech Republic that has a very, very good tradition in marathon paddling, remembering Adam Advarko and Tomas Jacek paddling many years together. Thomas Jacek, who is now a team leader in the Czechish team, taking many medals for Czech Republic in K2, and here they are, and we saw them in the middle of that group early on in the race. We have also from Great Britain Keith Mole and Jonathan Simmons, both of them doing K1 yesterday, and Keith Mole was in the big group until the last final short lap, finishing 9. And Jonathan Simmons had this race to look forward to, so he was just pulling out. And now they are approaching the first turn, Jim.
Yes, good afternoon, those who join us for perhaps for the first time over the weekend. We're just into after the start of the senior men's K2, and I'll explain the course as we go along, but what you're looking at now on the display is the camera taken at the top turn just in front of a road bridge, and the boys are going round that turn in for the first time, and I'll come back to the course after they've all gone round. And we saw that the leading boat into that top turn was the GB boat of Andy Daniels and Tim Pendle. Okay, so just behind them we've got the two Spanish boats with number 1 and 2 on, and followed by Hungary and the second Great Britain boat, Norway on the left-hand side with the white tops.
And Norway.
So everybody went round that turn reasonably well. So I think if I can just explain the course to those who are here for the first time, we're racing on a river, as you probably gather. This is the River Var, and the conditions on the river are that currently it's flooded out to its high level because of the weir just below us here, and they maintain the high level throughout this weekend for the competition, which has been really good. There's just a little bit of flow on the river, about 1 to 2 kilometres, and you'll see as they went round that top turn by the bridge, that is obviously the top of the course. There's a long laps on this course which are 3640 metres, and then there's a short final lap of 880 metres. This event, they are paddling 8 full circuits of the long lap, and then just that short lap, making it basically 8 1/4 laps to get to the 30-kilometre distance. So the paddlers have gone round that top turn for the first time, and they're at about the 1,000-metre mark now, coming back towards the start pontoons and the control tower. We've got excellent television coverage for the live streaming. Sorry, not television, but we've got the live screening cameras. One is with us on the top of the tower, giving you an overall panoramic view of the course, and that's the shot you're seeing at the moment. And then there's that low-level camera at the top turn, and then there are cameras at both ends of the portage. So 800 or 900 metres to go now to come back to the start area. Very large group, as we can see, coming towards us.
And the crew that is guiding you on the live stream through this race is me, Stefan Gustafsson, and Jim Rossiter, with Jim with 40 years of experience from marathon racing all over the world. We will try to guide you as best as we can through this, as we think, quite exciting race here this afternoon.
They're able to give some good replay slow motion shots of the main actions during the course of the race. So the producer on the live streaming switches back to replays every now and again to give you some good insight into the technical points of the race and also the critical points of the race. And we've seen some clear demonstrations of people not getting the portaging right over the weekend, and so that's been a major part of it. Just why the paddlers are approaching about 400 or 500 meters from the control tower, just to say that the river level here, as I said, is the high seats are allowed to be, and this creates a bit of a beach for the portage in and out, and you've got about a 4 or 5 meter shallow fall from the beach, but then it goes down quite sharply into the river from there. So we've seen situations where people have misjudged that and have jumped out their boats to be waist high in the water.
And here they are coming now for their first turn down here in front of the venue. And Ivan Alonso and Emilio Merchan with #1 on their boat won the World Championships in Copenhagen last year. And second in that race was Walter Busan and Alvaro Fernandez with #2 on their boats. And they are there within this large group. And I think we will see quite a large group. We had that yesterday in K1, and we will have the same here today, I think. Quite a large group for a couple of laps. But in front now is the British boat, Andrew Daniels and Tim Pendle. Tim Pendle we have seen quite a lot over the years on these courses, but what about Andrew Daniels, Jim?
Well, Andy is probably best known for his 1,000-meter paddling, and has decided to, in this sort of year, to give the marathon a shot, and he's they put a boat together with Tim, who's got some very good experience. So we're just an interesting combination to see how they go this weekend.
Absolutely, and that 1,000-meter skill has so far paid off because they are leading now into the second turn with Spain on both sides. Spain that we saw yesterday will run their races just like that, trying to stay on the wash all the time and use their huge experience of marathon racing just to be there in the group and fight for the gold during the final stage of the race. There in the top group is also Portugal. Portugal has 2 teams there, Nuno Brandão and Nuno Nanita. And the other crew is Alfredo Faria and Miguel Rodriguez, and it is they have boat number 62, and it is them who is best off within the big group. And Norway on the inside, Morten Minde and Mathias Hamar. Mathias Hamar did a wonderful race yesterday. Even if he had an accident falling in one of the portages, he managed to close the gap and had a bronze medal. And now he got fed up with his low speed and taking the lead. These strong Vikings from the Norwegian fjords. Mathias Hamar and Morten Minde in top, and now Hungary approaches also from the left-hand side, and the Hungarians are Adrian Boros and Matej Petrovic. Adrian Boros, we saw him last weekend in the World Cup in Buchin in Slovenia, doing a very good race, and he did a very good race also yesterday in the K1. This youngster from Hungary, 24 years old, which is quite young on the marathon courses. He have made quite an improvement for this year, having done races over the years, we have seen him on the courses, but no medals. But this year, he is absolutely top-notch of the world in marathon paddling. And so is Matej Petrovic. Petrovic, who had a bronze medal already in Singapore and continued to bringing home medals for Hungary since then. And Petrovic, Matej, is the son of Kalman Petrovic, a former world champion marathon as well. So it stays well into the family. These guys from Szeged in Hungary, one of the largest canoe clubs and canoe centers of the world.
So the paddlers have gone past the pontoon to complete their first lap, and they're now on their way back down the course. I should say up the course, of course, to the turn at the road bridge. So these racers are doing 8 laps of the full course and then just a short one. So one lap completed and into the second lap now. You'll see some graphics come up on the display screen and on the website. These are the running. You'll see the running clock time from the start, and then manually they put in. The producer puts in the boat numbers as he sees them at particular locations. So the actual timing against the boat number is not accurate, and it is a possibility that he may miss 1 or 2 people. So don't take that as 100%. So we've seen the groups taking different courses over this weekend with this little bit of flow, 1 to 2 kilometres. It's generally thought that to paddle up on the right-hand bank as you look up the course is the best place to go, and some paddlers have gone right in close on the inside of some of that tree debris that you can see. But they are forced out at one point, but then they dive back in again. So they're coming up to a big sand dredging location. The Norwegians went right on a direct line from the turn and haven't gone to the bank. They're paddling almost directly down the course in turn between the 2 lines of buoys. So we see how effective that is when they get to the far end. So from the shot from the top of the tower, we can see that the boats are going very close into the bank by that sand pit, and that's about 300 or 400 meters to the turn. So very soon the camera shot will be from the bridge. We have no control over which shots are shown on the live streaming. We just have to respond to whatever is put up. But we can see that the Norwegian boat is still keeping out in the centre of or towards the centre of the river, aiming directly for that first buoy, whereas everybody else has gone to bank. And now the camera shot switches to the bridge, and this shows a pretty interesting development, Stefan, where you can see that the boat, the Norwegian boat taking the best line, appears to be will be at the turn first, but we'll have to see how that works, because the other group is keeping quite close to the bank, and then very soon they're going to switch at 45 degrees across the river to come to that first buoy. The buoys on the turns are fairly large, so and they're soft because they're polystyrene, I think, but they are reasonably large, so you have to be careful you don't whack them too hard head on or with your blades.
So I think what happened was that Norway, who went on the far left-hand side, got Spain, one of the Spanish crews, with them out there, far out, and the others had to try to catch up and close the gap once again, and it will be closed now. They are coming in there, Norway, in a good way to join the group, and so does the second Spanish crew there. Was also Emil Svensson and Rasmus Hierta, Sweden, there joining in the top group. These couple in the last year's event were around 7th or so, I think.
So we saw that the Hungarian boat of 64 there, Boros and Petrovic, just got to that first buoy first, and that was a running time of about 20 minutes. We anticipate this race to be just on the 2-hour mark. So the Norwegians trying that direct route didn't pay off, particularly on this first full lap.
Actually, it has not for anyone who have tried it. We saw yesterday when Andreas Hiele, the German 1,000-meter paddler, tried to take that straight route between the points, but he didn't. He was not successful in gaining any ground on that. So these experienced marathon paddlers are really doing their best choices by following the bank, the line of the bank. Even if it's a little longer to paddle, they have no flow of the river in their nose. Especially now when the wind also heading the same direction.
So in the commentary position with us all over this weekend, we have a very friendly local chap called Gusto, who has helped us tremendously, and is. So you might hear his commentary to the locals, and I think he's going to speak now. But we have seen a capsize on the course, and sadly for Stefan, it looks as though the Swedish boat of Junta and Thordarson has had a capsize. We're not quite sure exactly of that location at the moment.
It is Rasmus Hierta and Johansson, and had the same accident last weekend in Buchin, but managed to get up in his boat and made a reasonably good race anyway. So it's a long race, and we know that the speed in the top group won't be that high, so they might be managed to catch a little bit on the top group anyway. That will be interesting to follow.
So we just hand over to Gusto so he can explain the situation around the site, remembering that the live streaming commentary is exactly the same as being broadcast over the site here. So some things will be for the site people, some things particularly for the live streaming. So over to my friend Gusto.
Aha, ja som vypol mikrofón. Dostal som slovo, hneď sa vypol mikrofón. Takže na trati máme kategóriu K2 muži na 30 000 metrov, teda 30 kilometrov. Celkovo pôjdu 8 veľkých okruhov, jedno malé kolečko. Tých 8 okruhov znamená 7 prenášok. Na prvých miestach nám idú lode číslo 51, 52, 55. To je Alonso, Merchan Španielsko, Bouzan Fernández Španielsko, Hamar Minde Norsko. Tak to sú aspoň zatiaľ prvé 3 lode z kategórie K2 muži. Zostáva im zhruba nejakých 200-250 metrov do prenášky, do prvej prenášky, kde je pomerne početná skupina ktorá nám príde k brehu, takže prenáška bude určite veľmi, veľmi zaujímavá. Takže ani nie 2 minúty, minútka niečo, možno aj menej ako minúta a K2 muži bude na prenáške.
And now they are approaching the first portage. It is the two Spanish crews, Ivan Alonso, Emilio Merchan, who won the World Championships both 2012 in Rome and 2013 in Copenhagen. They also won the European Championships last year in Villaverde. They are in the top group together with their teammates Walter Busan and Alvaro Fernandez that were second both in 2012 and 2013 in the World Championships. They are there in the top group, of course. And their tactics used to be just to be in the group, stay in the group, not doing any big things until the final stages of the race. Hungary is also there, of course. And Great Britain is there. And it is Spain, Ivan Alonso, Emilio Merchan that managed to get out of their boat quickest, and there are Great Britain as well, and the second Spanish crew, and Hungary. Hungary, of course, Matej Petrovic and Adrian Boros is running there and getting some drinks. And it is the four of them that is in the top positions, and they are there together with Nuno Brando and Nanita Nuno that finished 7th last year in the European Championships. And it seems like it has been a breakout now, so they are 5 in this top group if Portugal managed to get on. Very interesting development, not similar at all to what we saw yesterday. This speed is quite good. Maybe it is so that Ivan Alonso really wants to show who is the best one after the debacle in K1 yesterday when he got a time penalty. Because now he is doing some hard works there in front.
Tak prenášku má vedúca 5-členná skupina kategórie K2 muži za sebou. V porade 51, 52, 55, 64, 67. Samozrejme čísla 51 a 52 sa nám zmenili na 1 a 2. Zrejme neboli tieto čísla 51, 52. Takže vo vedení Alonso Merchan, Španielsko, druhé miesto Bouzan Fernández, Španielsko, tretie miesto Daniel Spendle, Veľká Británia, štvrté miesto číslo 64, Boros Petrovič, Maďarsko, a 5. miesto zatiaľ číslo 67.
And now it is Matej Petrovic and Adrian Boros that is up there and doing the hard work. Adrian Boros, we saw that last weekend in Buchin and also yesterday. He likes a good speed, and we know that Matej Petrovic also liked that. Very good and experienced marathon paddlers, and they are used to river racing. As you can see, they are heading for the bank immediately here, and they have on their watch both the Spanish crews and the crew from Great Britain. And it is the four of them that have created quite a gap for themselves. Portugal is falling back a bit. Nuno Brando and Nuno Nanita, the guys that were 7th in last year's European Championships, where Alonso and Merchan won. And the speed is quite high. It's not a big group as we saw yesterday in the K1 race, where they stayed all together between 10 and 15 bouts lap after lap. This is a total different race, total different story. This is marathon when it is at its best. The athletes going in full speed and trying to compete each other already from the start.
As you say, Stefan, a completely different concept from the K1 race yesterday, when it was stop-start, and every time somebody got in front of Alonso, he slowed the front down and different people caught up. Some stages halfway through the race we had 20 boats in the group.
And over the portage now, the crew that fall in up there in the turn, the Swedish crew, Rasmus Jarta and Emil Torstensson, and they are starting their hunt for the teams before them. It is good to continue when they have had these problems at the early stage of the race. It will be interesting to see if they can catch anything on them, gain any time or ground on the flying crews in front of them. A little extra interest put on that. The speed is still quite high up there, and they are following very close to the bank.
So it's still the same group of four, two Spanish boats with Hungary and Great Britain, and Portugal some 50 metres behind now. And interestingly, the second little group have went right into the bank, and somebody else is following them as well. We can see that there's a good track there, but having got in, you have to then come out again to get round a couple of sort of sections of rocks that stick out into the river. So I'm not sure that that's actually giving you any advantage.
And it is the Danielson panel that is doing the hard work in top now. Team panel that paddled together last year, paddled together with Jonathan Simmons, and they finished fourth last year on the European Championships. This year, Simmons is paddling together with Kate Moole, and Team panel has chosen another partner, that is Andy Daniels. A very good 1,000-meter paddler, as we heard Jim mention before. And that combination, a good marathon paddler and a good 1,000-meter paddler, we have seen that before as well on these courses, and it used to be a good combination. The speed from sprint racing, 1,000 meters, combined with the endurance capability of marathon in the same boat. And they are increasing the gap now to Portugal, who is on the second position there. They are still alone there at the second position, but I think they will soon be together with the second group. Then we have two distinctive groups formed. And the four in front have formed a diamond. We call that so. The form, the shape of the group that is formed by four marathon boats over the long distances, with one boat pulling, with a boat on each side riding on the wash, and one boat behind riding on the double wash behind all three of the boats in front of them. We call that the diamond wash or the gold wash, and in Denmark they call it a smørhule, which is more or less in English butter hole.
Okay, the shot from the bridge camera up on the screen now, and still that four boats taking it reasonably easy close to the bank, with the Hungarians on the outer side. And Alonso and Merchand taking the lead at this point. Oh, sorry, it's not them. It's the other. It's they're on the back at on the left, with the GB boat in the backwash.
In the lead now is Walter Bozan and Alvaro Fernandez. The second Spanish boat. You can see that from the sunglasses that Walter Bozan has. And on their left side from here is the second Spanish boat, Ivan Alonso and Emilio Merchan. Emilio Merchan, that is 38 years old. Very, very experienced marathon paddler who has also done a lot of sprint racing in his earlier days.
Just to be clear, Stefan, that on the numbers, the Spanish boats have got numbers 1 and 2, and not 51 and 52 as is in the program, and it is 51 and 52 that is appearing on the graphics. So just so that everybody is clear about what their boat number is, they're carrying number 1 and 2.
And it is the same order that they have had these two crews over the World Championships 2012 and 2013.
So just around that top term, Portugal, Norway and Denmark.
The second group. Denmark, that is Nikolaj Blach and Elias Kramer. Nikolaj Blach, who had a medal in the World Cup last weekend in Bochini in K1 over the long distance.
Next to is Ferreira and Rodriguez from Portugal, together with Simmons and Mole from Great Britain. So good slow motion shot now of the approach to the buoy at that top turn.
And Faria, the Portuguese guy there, was sixth yesterday in K1 after a quite impressive race. And he was also sixth in K1 in the European Championships last year.
Takže kategória K2 muži už má za sebou hornú obrátku, predpokladám odhadom tak zhruba 1 kilometr zostáva do prenášky vedúcim lodiam. To je 51, 52, to sú dve španielské lode, 55 je Veľká Británia a číslo 64 to je maďarská loď, takže tieto 4 lode máme v popredí a zostáva im cca 1 kilometr, čo môže byť do 5 minút maximálne. Ich máme tu na ďalšej prenáške.
Very good slow play, giving provide opportunity to study the technique and the tactics of international marathon racing. Here is Portugal and Norway and Denmark. Portugal in red and Denmark in the middle there in their white track suits. And also Denmark in white.
Že z pohľadu na veľkú obrazovku vidíme tie prvé 4 lode, Bouzan Fernández, Alonso Merchan, to sú španielské posádky dve, potom je tam Boros Petrovič, Maďarsko a Daniel Spendl je Veľká Británia. Tu máme prvé 4 lode z kategórie K2 muži, ktorých zostáva do prenášky cca 200-250 metrov, čož je nejakých 20-30 sekúnd pre K2, možno 40, takže malá chvíľočka, máme prvé 4 lode z kategórie K2 muži na prenáške.
And the development of the race is now back to normal, I think. The top group is not moving that fast. That provides an opportunity for the guys behind to close the gap. And we know that especially Norway is up to that.
Yeah, I think we've seen that all over the weekend. Matthias has had a really good 2 weeks. Yesterday he had a major catastrophe on the, I think it was about the 4th or 5th portage, where he fell in, had to empty his boat, lost a lot, but had the determination to get back to win a bronze medal. So we know how mentally strong he is.
And Morten Minde is also very mental strong. So when the speed, as it used to, decrease in the top group over the long distance, they might be able to close the gap. But now the top 4 are in the portage once again. It was Spain. Actually, it was Alonso and Merchant that had some problems to get out of the boat, but I think they will run fast enough to close that gap over the portage. But in the lead now is Busan and Fernandez, Spain. Very, very experienced and good crew, but out from the portage with the same excellent technique as we have seen the Hungarians using all over the weekend. First out is Adrian Boros and Matej Petrovic. And and now the speed is tremendously high there, with Great Britain doing an effort to get on the first wash of the Hungarians. Trying not to get caught on the inside, and now they had to switch side there. Very, very tactically strongly done by the Brits, but also by Alonso, who managed to keep them off by just adjusting his position a little bit. And now they are stretched out, which make the British team to struggle a little bit harder, to fight a little bit harder, pedal a little bit faster after the turn. Hungary managing this tactically very, very, very good, and are just stretching out there in front of the group.
Second group also nice and neatly over the portage, with Portugal, Denmark and Norway together. And then next group we've got Great Britain, Portugal and the young boat from Hungary. The chap in the back of the Hungarian boat has had a couple of problems over the last 2 portages. Seems to have got a dead leg, I think. And next through is the German boat of brothers, I should think, Wolf brothers, just off away from the portage now. So quick replay shot of the slow motion of the portage. We can just see what happened with the Merchant and Alonso there. Just a bit difficult to see them behind their compatriots, but obviously they've got a bit of a there's got a bit stuck there in terms of ease and cleanness out of the boat. In fact, they stopped deliberately to maintain their stability.
The top group is just going there, not that quick, but they are not forming a diamond yet. I don't know why. It seems like Spain is doing precisely as they want, and they are now keeping the Brits on the third wash or something like that, trying to tire them out, not providing any good washes for the British team there. Lots of tactics that is possible to do if you feel really, really strong and are self-confident. And we know that Ivan Alonso and Emilio Merchant are extremely self-confident. We saw Alonso yesterday doing exactly as he wanted all race through. managing the group from second or third position all the way in that big group, and that's the way he is used to pedal over the recent years. This 29-year-old marathon canoeist from Spain.
Over that portage, Stefan, second group roughly 30 to 40 seconds behind, says 35 on the screen. And now we're in the running clock time of 45 minutes into the race. So 3 laps have been completed of the 8 4-1s in this overall course.
And it doesn't seem that it is too slow. They are going quite quick there in front, and the gap still increases. Quite unusual. I thought it would slow down after that first rush from the first portage, but it hasn't.
Takže muži majú za sebou 3 okruhy, vošli nám do 4. Poradie je na prvých 4 miestach 52-51, to sú 2 lode Španielska. Potom je tam 64, to je Maďarsko, a loď 55 je Veľká Británia. To je poradie na prvých 4 miestach kategórii K2 muži. Muži sú už pod vysokým napätím, aspoň tie prvé 4 lode. Takže o malú chvíľku ich máme na hornej obrátke a počítam nejakých 10-12 minút. Ich máme na ďalšie prenášky tu na dole. To bude v poradí 3. prenáška. No, muži majú za sebou už vyše 10 km, no 11. Hovorím, ešte zostáva necelých 5 veľkých okruhov a 1 malý. Celkovo ešte 5 prenášok, ktoré sú vlastne najzaujímavejšie na tomto celom preteku. V tomto maratóne tie prenášky, to je aspoň vidieť, ten súboj a bitka. Taktika vystupovania, nastupovania, nie je to jednoduché po tých už pár kilometroch odjazdených, potom nasadnúť tej rýchlosti do tých vrátkých kajakov. Zdá sa to, že to je jednoduché, ale ja by som vám to prijal vyskúšať. Tí, čo to nepoznáte, sadnúť si a prejsť aspoň kúsok, tak to je dosť nemožné. Teraz som nedávno pozeral taký dokument olympijského víťaza. Martin Doktor uzatváral sásky v Račiciach, kde sa stavil neviem teraz, či to bolo z televízie Nova alebo zo športu, kde povedal, že nedokážu prejsť toľko, koľko on doplne do nejakej vzdialenosti do vody, a oni sa mu smiali, potom to ukazovali, že ozaj, že klakli do kanojky a hneď boli vo vode. Kajak je to isté, v tom kajaku sa neudržíte. Keď to neviete, určite ne, a verte tomu, že keď je tá vyčerpanosť a majú tie kilometre za sebou, je dosť veľký problém nasadnúť tak, aby ste nespadli do vody. Čo aj samozrejme kopec pretekárov sa tu už stalo, že preniesli loď, nasadli, spadli do vody a tam potom strácali drahocenné sekundy a metre. No teraz sme pomaly na obrátke hornej, máme tam tie 4 lode, čiže nejakých 100 metrov, on ani to nie, zostáva do hornej obrátky kategórie K2 muži.
Interesting racing ongoing there. Spain took the route inside of all the bushes and branches there close to the bank, and forced the British team to take the route outside, where they meet the flow of the river a little bit tougher. But they managed to get in front instead. So finally they are there in front, the British team. And it seems like Spain is working together to keep off the Brits, but they managed to get in front and control the race into this this turn. That was very strong from the Brit, I think. Encouraging for them, and very interesting for the race as well. They are showing confidence and strength now, and try to implement that feeling into their fellow competitors from Spain there, when Spain once again takes initiative into the turn. And going very, very, very close to the boy there. Not too close. They let the Brits follow, but it was very close. It seems like it is quite a fight there between Spain and Great Britain, Jim.
History goes back a long time, Stefan.
So who is Nelson now?
Takže muži sú na tej hornej obrátke, tie prvé 4 lode už prešli, za ním máme ďalšie 3, to je 5., 6., 7. poradie, ale nás hlavne zaujímajú tie prvé 4 lode, ktoré budú bojovať o ten titul majstrov Európy. To sú 2 španielské lode, jedna Veľká Británia a jedna loď je z Maďarska. Takže dve španielské, Maďarska a Veľká Británia, to sú prvé 4 lode kategórii K2 muži, ktorí majú za sebou vrchnú obrátku zostávaním cca 1000-1200 metrov do prenášky, takže do 5 minút by sme ich mohli mať na prenáške vedúce lode z kategórie K2 muži.
That's second group, just 15-16 seconds behind, Stefan, so they're still in touch.
Just 15-16 seconds, then they have gained some ground over this leg.
Past experience tells us that when we get round to lap 6, they're all going to be together. What do you reckon?
Yeah, could be. It all depends on if the Spanish crews are willing to do any work. I don't think that Mate and Adrian from Hungary are willing to do all the work all by themselves, and neither will the Brits, because they know that Spain is very, very strong in the far end, so they need some help, and they would need to work a little bit together at least. But as we said yesterday, it's really difficult to have these very, very skilled Spanish crews that are both confident and very good, and having them on the watch all the time, knowing that it's more or less impossible to get rid of them, and knowing also that they are very, very skillful in the sprint to the finish, is difficult, really difficult to choose a good tactic. What would you have chosen, Jim?
It's there's not enough flow on this river to make a significant difference, I don't think. But you know, it really depends whether you're brave enough to do your own thing or stick with the other 3 or 4 in the group and see what comes. It's a brave man that goes out and does something on his own in this situation, because they all know how strong each other is. So I suspect that the Spanish are going to be doing their usual tactics of waiting to lap number 7 and 8 and go for it.
Yeah, and my thinking would have been that I wouldn't care of the Spains, and I would have tried to secure a medal at least by going tough, really, really tough across the full race. I think that would be an appropriate tactic for both the Brits and the Hungarians in this situation. anything could happen, and if you tire people out a little bit, the risk of them making mistakes is much higher. Also for yourself, of course, but you need to be confident, and staying all four together and then paddling slow will only allow more people coming up. And we saw that happen to Adrian Boros yesterday when they had the breakthrough, three of them, Ramalius, Alonso and Adrian Boros, but they let the big group coming up, and Matthias Hamar had the bronze instead of Boros.
So coming into the portage now, 300 meters to go, and we'll just hand over to our friend Gusto, who's going to talk this through for the local Slovakians.
Takže 200-250 metrov maximálne do prenášky kategórie K2 muži, hlavne pre tie prvé 4 lode v poradí. A to sú lode Španielska, dve lode Španielska, jedna loď je Maďarska a jedna loď Veľká Británia. Ja som zvedavý, kto z týchto 4 lodí bude majstrom Európy. Uvidíme, či rozhodnú Maďari vo svoj prospech, alebo Španieli využijú svoju presilu dvoch lodí v tejto štvorčenej skupine. Takže už sa nám blížia na pláž, takže o malú chvíľku máme prenášku kategórie K2 muži prvých 4 lodí.
So into the portage again, very nice and neatly is the Great Britain boat, and then we saw the Hungarians had a bit of a problem, and then the Spanish were on their outside, and that's caused them to really run fast. So the British boat, I think, are jogging very energy conservingly round the portage, whereas Spain and Hungary have really had to go hard.
They look incredibly fresh, the British team. And once again, Ivan Alonso and Emilio Merchan had some problems, both getting up from the boat and into the boat. And now Alvaro and Sanchez is going, and that is also the Brits. And Adrian Boros and mate Petrovic is trying to keep up, and I think they will. They are paddling very, very well together with Matt Petrovic in the back cockpit and Adrian Boros in front. And now Ivan Alonso and Merchan must use their full capacity to keep on. And once again, it was an accident here. It's Denmark.
It's just shows a sort of slight inexperience there, Stefan, because they're trying to lean on the outside with their paddles, and the water's too deep, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So they've probably learned for the next time round they've got to lean on the inside.
Yeah, but that is difficult. Many crews have difficulties to jump in from the left-hand side, so they are choosing the wrong side according to the depth of the water. But the really, really skillful teams, as we can see here on this replay, all of them is doing it from the right side. It takes some experience and some years to learn.
Takže mali ste možno zás vidieť ten problém. Tentokrát to odniesla dánska posádka. Aj nastúpili do toho kajaku. Ako náhle sadol ten zadný do lode, hneď sa na druhú stranu prevrátili, nabrali vodu a chvíľku boli tak dezorientovaní a už som myslel, že rezignovali na celý pretek, ale našťastie vyriali tú vodu a pokračujú ďalej, aj keď si myslím, že ich to trošku tak otriaslo, lebo strašne veľkú stratu majú teraz na poradí 6. a 7. loď.
So have they passed the pontoon halfway through the race now, 4 laps completed. The Norwegian and the Portuguese boat didn't gain anything, I don't think, over that portage. They've looks to be about 150 meters back at the moment. And in fact, we can just see that the Danish boat really must have had a problem because they're stopping on the turn. I suspect that because they try to get in on the shallow water, they've done something to their rudder.
Or they're just waiting for the group.
Could be, could be.
And it seems like the British team heard what we said according to tactics, because they are going fast now. Just as I said that, they are stopping and let the Hungarians take over. And the speed is down to normal once again. The British team managed to get in on the gold wash. We'll see if Spain let them stay there. They might. They are paddling confident and very good, these Brits. And the expression in their face when over the portage was very calm. They didn't look tired at all. Just jogging, relaxed over the portage, and seemed to be in perfect control and shape.
I think if we look back to experience of the top paddlers over the years, I never saw Ivan Lawler do a 200-metre dash on a portage. He just jogged over and was always there, but never expended too much energy over the portage. He did put all his energy into his paddling.
Which is wise, of course, depending a little bit on what is your strengths and weaknesses. A paddler with a lot of capability coming to lungs and hearts needs to use that capability over the porches before and after, because that is really, really tough to do. And the paddler that is strong and rapid, has a lot of speed to put in, using his strength. He would like to save energy over the portage, as Ivan did.
No a teraz môžete pozerať záznam z tej dánskej posádky, ak sa vykúpali a nastupujú do tej vody. Teraz dávajú maximálny pozor na to, aby zase nespadli do vody. Hovorím, to už bolo až také, až trošku komické. Je na nich vidieť v tých tvárach to sklamanie, veľké sklamanie, proste im to nevyšla tá prenáška, tá obrovská strata, ktorá je vznikla na tie lode 5. a 6. poradí, čiže oni sú teraz momentálne 7. a s ozaj veľkou stratou.
We have seen on the replay of the porter's technique when they are jumping into the boats how important coordination is. It's one thing doing that in K1 when you're alone, just putting in your left foot and push hard with the right foot, not getting the boat to stop. But if you're not coordinated in a K2 and do it exactly in the same moment, you will force your companion to fall out of the cockpit. So it's really, really important to do it in a perfect coordinated way. And on the other side of the river now, we have the Swedish team that fall in, and they have managed to catch up with the Czech team, I think, now, and they are going quite fast. It will be interesting to compare their lap times to what the top has.
And looking down the course from the camera, with the camera from the top of the tower, we can see the second group is still about the same distance behind, about 150 meters, and then the third group working well together, and the Danish boys who had the problem at the portage have I thought they had problems with the rudder, and they've come in and they've retired, sadly for them.
No, dánska posádka číslo 66, Bleč, Kramer, zrejme podľa všetkého končia, pristali pri mole a zdá sa mi tak, že zdajú pretek, zistili, že už to asi pre nich nemá cenu s tou stratou a pristali pri brehu.
And the Swedish team down there on the other side of the river are approaching now. They are doing this like a time trial for good training, I suppose, and looking to see how fast they can go and compare that to the top afterwards. Traveling all the way to Piestany. They don't want to pull out of the race, of course. We had another race here many years ago, back in '89, where it was very stormy, and most of the crews fell in and had to swim. But very few of them pulled out. Many of them fall in 2 or 3 times, but continued the race anyway, or sank actually in the big waves. It's much better condition this time.
Can you remember how many times you fell in, Stefan? Have you got that imprinted on your mind?
Absolutely. At least 3. And the conditions here today is much better. Also, the water conditions is much better now than back then. And now we have the top group once again approaching the turn up there at the bridge. And it is the British team in top. They are looking strong. Your guys, Jim.
Yeah, they seem to look confident, don't they?
Absolutely, very confident. Tim Pendle and Daniels, a combination of a 1,000-meter paddler and an experienced marathon paddler in the same boat.
Yeah, Tim's done a lot of racing in junior, under 23, and last year paddled with John Simmons. So he's got a lot of endurance background to his life.
Takže na hornej obrátke máme kategóriu K1 muži, vedúce 4 posádky. To je 2 lode Španielska, 1 loď Veľkej Británie a 1 loď Maďarska. Už práve urobili obrátku a idú smerom dole. Týmto by som si dovolil povedať, že už sú zhruba v polovičke preteku. A keď ešte nejakých pár metrov k tej polovičke chýba, ale skoro už majú za sebou, tak o malú chvíľku, cca 8 minút ich máme na prenáške.
I guess that you might remember racing Tim's father, Dyson, Stefan?
Absolutely, absolutely. So it stays in the family. Also for him, as we have seen for many during this weekend.
So the third group still keeping together, going around that top turn at the bridge. So well over halfway through the race now, got running time of 1 hour 7. So we reckon about the 2 hour mark. I think we was about 10 seconds out this morning with the women's race.
K2 muži, tak zostáva im na prenášku už možno necelý kilometr, možno aj menej, takže o malú chvíľku, cca 4-5 minút by sme ich mohli mať na prenáške. Prvé tie 4 lode, 2 lode Španielska, 1 loď Maďarska a 1 loď z Veľkej Británie, takže o malú chvíľku ich máme dole na ďalšej prenáške a uvidíme, akom poradí nám prebehnú a či zas budeme svedkami nejakej udalosti tu.
The second group is Portugal and Norway, trying to close the gap to the 4 in front.
Still reckon about 150, 200 meters behind at the moment, Stefan?
Something like that,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So the leading group of 4 are at the 1,000-meter mark.
Three great marathon nations with a long tradition of very good marathon racing internationally and nationally. And I think it's a necessity to have a good national league, national competitions for people to grow in and learn marathon to be a good marathon nation overall out here on the international competitions. We know that both in Spain and Hungary, the Spanish canoeists so often says that the international races are almost nothing compared to the fights they have on their selection races. Manuel Busto told me that several times. This was easy to win. He said in one of his 10 gold medals from World Championships, it was much tougher in the selection race home in Spain. And the Hungarians used to say the same. Very tough races with hundreds of paddlers doing the selection races, and that developed both their ability to paddle in big groups and to create endurance, but also the level of competition, of course. And I know that Great Britain has almost the same.
Yes, indeed. We just concentrate on the Portuguese this time. First time round that we've got the British boat in the V-wash of the four at the back, so we'll just be interesting to see how they deal with that situation over the portage.
Interesting to see if Alonso and Marchand really has some problems with their boat. They have missed a little bit on two portages, on the previous two portages, getting up from the boat and also getting in. We'll see how they manage this time.
Takže máme prenášku kategórie K2 muži. Prvých 4 lodí poradí, 2 lode Španielska, Maďarsko a Veľká Británia, takže ich máme na brehu.
No problems at all this time for Alonso and Marchand, who is in the lead now, running comfortably over the portage. And now they are all getting some new drinks. All the crews are taking the right route to get drinks. Hungary didn't get any, but they followed the rest of the crews anyway. Into the water again, no problems at all for any of them, and they keep on well together.
All very neat, wasn't it, that time, Stefan? Very neat.
Very neat. And here's the second group, and they are now 18 seconds behind, 18 seconds for Portugal and Norway. 18 seconds behind, and that is a little bit less. It was up to 30 seconds before, so they are gaining. They're gaining some ground. Portugal with Faria, who made a good race yesterday, and Norway with Hamar that did the same. He had a bronze medal yesterday, and Faria finished 6th yesterday in K1. Tough guys doing 2 marathons in 2 days.
Third group coming in now, Stefan, at the portage. Germany leading with the British boat. The young lads from Hungary who've been struggling a bit with the running.
And Germany is Daniel Völke and Florian Völke. They are born the same year, so they should be twins, 23-year-old.
Yeah, this is the second Portuguese boat just coming into the water now. That's a very good camera shot taken on the end of the railings there.
Yeah, and this is Alfredo Faria and Miguel Rodriguez, the first Portuguese crew. In the second group is Nuno Bandao and Anita Nuno, who finished 7th last year. As the wind increases tremendously up here in the speaker tower, we are sitting outside, exposed for the wind, sun and rain, and now all our papers are flowing in the wind.
Muži majú za sebou teda obrátku. A aspoň tie prvé 4 lode, potom ešte ďalšie dve, čiže prvých 6, čo nás hlavne zaujíma, ale prvé 4 lode, to sú tí ľudia, ktoré budú bojovať o ten titul majstra Slovenska. Nezmenené tam je poradie tých lodí, dve španielské, jedna Veľká Británia a jedna loď je z Maďarska.
So it looks though the Hungarians have slowed the pace down a bit as they've gone past the pontoons to finish lap 5. So well over halfway, running time of 1 hour 14 at the moment. The Portuguese and the Norwegians have probably seen that, but I don't think they're actually making any progress to go forward.
I think the only team that really needs high speed during the race is the British. I don't know, but I think so. We know that Matt Petrovic also is a very good 1,000-meter paddler, having won medals for Hungary in K4 1,000 meters on World Championships previously. So together with Adrian Boros, they form an excellent marathon team. Matt that had a bronze medal last year in K1 on the European Championships and also a bronze medal in the World Championships back in 2011 in K1. And in the years in between he had some positions in the Hungarian K4 on 1,000 meters, following the tracks of his father more or less exactly, even if his father had a gold medal in the World Championship 1990. And here is Sweden coming, and they are going quite fast. It will be very interesting to compare their time to the top group now for the next lap. We'll try to measure that.
Slow motion replay of the top group. He was interested on that last portage coming into the portage, Stefan, that the Spanish boat Alonso Merchant have every time up to then have been on the inside and had to come round the pontoon. And that hasn't done them any good. I think 2 or 3 times they had the same problem. So this time they were in the centre and leading in and clearly had a very smooth exit.
I think they were a little bit too self-confident in the first 2 portages. And now they took it more seriously and managed to get a good position into the portage.
So going up to the top turn, about the 1,000-meter mark at the moment, going around that rocky sort of section that comes off from the bank.
And Norway is leading the second group now, and it seems like they are closing the gap. Not very much, but at least something. Morten Minde and Mattias Hamar. Two paddlers that really like marathon. Mattias Hamar told me last weekend that he really liked these long distances, and he said that when things got tough over 2 hours, he is at his best. Norwegians, as the Swedes, does a lot of cross-country skiing during the winter, building up their hearts and lungs in a very good way. And the cross-country skiers, in cross-country skiing, it's very nice to do the long-distance training out there in the sunshine, in the cold weather of the Arctics.
Did I ever tell you, Stefan, that my first introduction to cross-country skiing was to arrive in Oslo to do the Holmenkollen? So I had a week's training and then did a 42-mile cross-country ski race. I was very tired at the end of that.
Were you? Why? Was it at the time when they used wooden skis?
I think it was a wooden skis. I can't remember exactly. I remember a very good old friend of ours who sort of introduced me into it. Tor Gervin invited me to take part in the event, and there was an elderly chap who was a very good supporter of both canoeing and cross-country skiing, who sort of tried to look after me.
So it was on this side of the Viking age, at least, then. It must have been quite an experience then.
Yeah, it was actually. I suppose it's Vikings inviting the British back to Scandinavia is always a very pleasant source.
Exactly. Keeping the contact.
No, k hornej obrátke sa nám blíži kategória K2. Muži, tie prvé 4 lode stále sú pokope. Predpokladám, že takto pôjdu až do tej poslednej prenášky. Na poslednej prenáške sa bude asi hlavne rozhodovať o tom umiestnení na prvých 3 miestach, teda na stupienkoch víťazov. Uvidíme, kedy sa rozhodnú ísť do toho záverečného boja a budú rozhodovať o umiestnení. Takže hore ich máme, tie prvé 4 lode. Na prvom mieste anglická posádka, tá Veľká Británia, Daniels, Pendle, druhé miesto Alonso Merchan, Španielsko, tretie Bouzan Fernández, Španielsko a štvrté miesto Boros Petrovič, Maďarská. To sú prvé 4 lode z kategórie K2 muži, ktorí majú obrátku pomaly za sebou a idú smerom dole, takže do 8-9 minút ich máme na prenáške.
And the British crew took the initiative by quite an effort, 50 meters before the turn there. They look very, very confident, Jim.
Yeah, they do from the sort of camera position. Have to see how confident they are inside, but yeah, they're prepared to mix it, aren't they? That's the bottom line. They're not scared of being sort of overrun by the strong Spanish boats.
Seems like they have created some respect as well from their fellow competitors out there by taking these initiatives in the turns.
It would be an interesting situation, Stefan, to have a record of what each of those boats were thinking at this very moment. 6 laps into an 8-lap race. What are they thinking? Well, maybe we could, in your interview, could ask them that.
Yeah, they would. Absolutely, we should do that. Ivan Alonso and Emilio Marchand, the winner of the World Championships 2012 in Rome and 2013 in Copenhagen. Out there together with Walter Bussan and Alvaro Fernandez, also silver medalists 2012 and 2013. Very confident and very, very experienced, very good marathon paddlers, these 4 guys from Spain. Emilio Marchand, 38 years old, with lots of medals in World Championships and European Championships in his very, very long career. The same is valid for Walter Bussan, who have made K2s together with both Busto and Marchand and George Alonso, that was also within this group of very skillful Spanish marathon paddlers, consisting of Emilio Marchand, Walter Bussan, Emilio Busto, and George Alonso. We saw them for a decade or a little bit more, winning lots of medals. George Alonso have stopped, and also Busto, but Marchand and Bussan is still there and doing very good races.
So, little significant move looking down the course from the tower. We can see that the Norwegian boat, with experience of racing the last yesterday has moved straight down the centre of the course this time. So maybe trying to get some long distance backwashes, but they've gone for the shortest, most direct route.
Yes, and trying to get a little help from the flow.
And looks to me as though they're closer, Stefan. I think they look as though to me that they're within 100 meters now.
Yeah, it could be. Probably. And that tactical move is probably to get rid of the wakes from the big group in front of them.
So we had a little wager between ourselves that in lap 6 they would get back to a group, and do you think it might be going to happen now?
The speed is quite low now. It's one of the Spanish crews that is leading. I think it is Busan and Fernandez, and they are not doing much. And the Brits are now approaching from behind, trying to take an initiative into the portage. And now they're lining up, all 4 of them side by side, approaching the portage. And the speed increases slightly. But you're absolutely right, Norway and Portugal is coming up there now from behind and are closing the gap in the low speed set in the front group.
I don't think they're going to get to the group before they hit the portage, but it just depends if anybody in the first 4 don't have a good portage. That will make an opening for the second 2.
Absolutely, and Norway is good runners. We saw that yesterday, and we have seen that over this race. So exactly as you said an hour ago or so, in the final stage of the race, they might be all together, these 6 boats.
Takže k prenáške nám ide kategória K2 muži. Tie prvé 4 lode, 2-krát Španielsko, Maďarsko a Veľká Británia, takže Veľká Británia aj vo vedení bude prvá vystupovať a za nimi sú ďalšie 2 lode, ktoré sa zrejme už dotiahli na tú našu vedúcu skupinu. Za chvíľu vám ich budem identifikovať a vedieť povedať, že kto to je, ale momentálne sa venujeme prenáške.
And now the speed is a little bit higher over the portage, but the British team seems to be quite comfortable with that. Alonso and Merchan is getting some drinks and are running, setting the speed over the portage, but they are all well together into the water again. But now it's just a couple of seconds to Portugal. Portugal who managed to do a very good portage here, leaving Norway slightly behind. Norway seems tired. Norway lost some ground in the portage, but are now in the boat again and will start to go. They were shouting a little bit to each other there, encouraging themselves. It seems like it is Portugal that is closest to get to the top group. But the top group made a very good portage, and they actually increased the gap over the portage.
5. a 6. loď poradí, tie 2 lode, ktoré som spomínal, že sa pomalinky doťahujú k tej vedúcej skupinke. Sú lode 57 a 54. 57 je Portugalsko, Brandon, Nanita a 54 je norská posádka Hamar Minde. Takže klobúk dole. Vidím, že doťahujú sa na vedúcu skupinku a uvidíme, či sa im to podarí aspoň jeden z týchto posádok sa ozaj doťahnuť do vedúcej skupiny.
So the next group of 4 over the portage now. Hungarian boys are still struggling with the running, got a dodgy leg I think from a bit of cramp, and it's Great Britain who managed to get into the water first with Germany. So they're just giving themselves a bit of room there. So I'm sure they'll form a group of 4 again, making up the third group. So the paddlers going past the pontoon now. That's a completion of lap 6. So 2 full laps and a short one to go. 3/4 of the way through the race.
And it is Alonso and Merchan in top, just stretching out, paddling very, very confident, with the British team on their left-hand side and the Hungarians on their right, and the second Spanish crew is resting on the diamond wash in between.
So the British crew decide to take up the mantle again and take up the lead as the wind increases up coming down the course. So they're paddling into a fairly strong headwind at the moment. They've just been going past a pleasure boat in 2 or 3, well, less than that, a minute's time.
Quite a good move from the Hungarians there, moving backwards a bit, and they were just able to, without any extra strength, get into the diamond wash and can sit there and rest on the way upwards towards the wind.
No, takže momentálne vidíme, že máme výletnú loď piešťanskú na váhu, ktorá sa zrovna nachádza vedľa tej vedúcej skupiny, takže pre vás, vážení plaviaci sa na našom Markusovi, myslím, že Markus sa tá loď naša volá, máte možnosť sledovať priamy prenos na vode majstrovstiev Európy K2 muži, ktorí tam vedúca člená, šorčená skupina, máme tam Španielov, máme tam Maďarov, máme tam Veľkú Britániu, takže môžete sledovať, vážení priatelia, majstrovstvá Európy v maratóne tu v Piešťanoch.
Portugal haven't made any progress over the first 1,000 meters from the turn, Stefan. It looks like they're struggling a bit. I think it's probably this strong wind, isn't it, that prevents them to making any sort of headrows into the leading group.
Yes, and when they come closer, the group in front see the risk and increase the speed a little bit. I think both the Hungarians and the British crew are aware of that. They don't like more boats into the leading group. I don't think that Spain care much about it. They know their capacity in the in-sprint and are confident over the portages, and also so experienced, so they are able to. They know they are able to manage any situation coming.
Takže mužov máme pod vysokým napätím, zostáva im na obrátku hodu pri moste zhruba nejakých 600-700 metrov. Za sebou majú takisto už 6 veľkých okruhov, takže zostáva ešte 2 alebo 1,5 veľkého, 1 malé, 2 prenášky a budeme mať záver. Ja si myslím, že víťaza alebo majstra Európy budeme hľadať medzi tou štvorčlennou vedúcou skupinou, čiže Španieli, to je Bouzan, Fernández, Alonso, Merchan, potom je tam tá maďarská loď Boroš, Petrovič a samozrejme, aby sme nezabudli aj na Veľkú Britániu, Daniels, Pendle. To máme prvé 4 posádky v kategórii K2 muži, ktoré sú vlastne vo vedení a stále sú v hre o titul majstra Európy v kategórii K2 muži.
This is a very long shot from the bridge turn that we can see on the screen now. Just going past that big pile of sand. See Portugal just to the right on the screen, trying to make some headway. I don't think they're improving the situation at the moment. They're still, looks to be 150, 200 metres behind. So our anticipation of the group getting together didn't work. But what do we see now, Stefan? I think there's a is that the Portuguese boat? No, the whole group is moved off the bank.
Yes, the whole group is moved off the bank, and I don't know what they are doing now exactly. But it seems like Portugal has managed to close the gap.
Yeah, I think we saw that the British boat just pick out the yellow coloured boat there, decided to go out to into the middle.
But they are 5 in the group now, so Portugal has managed to close the gap. So it's Norway we see there on the far right-hand side. So Portugal is with the group now, and paddling there in the back. And the Brits managed to take an initiative, and what caused the situation down there was that Hungary wanted to move from the diamond wash and take the initiative into the turn. Cleverly done of Adrian Boros and Matej Petrovic. When the group is larger, it's much better to be in front in such an important turn. Why they took the initiative, and now they are there. We'll see if they manage to keep that initiative, or if they let Great Britain take the pole position around that turn. As you can see, they are all just saving energy there, no big effort, and the British team leaves good room for the Hungarians on the inner side, but just exactly so. Not more than necessary, of course. And Portugal fell off again in that move. But they are just a couple of boat lengths behind now. Great Britain and Hungary and the two Spanish crews.
Takže horná obrátka, K2 muži. Vo vedení loď Veľkej Británie, druhé miesto je Maďarsko a tretia a štvrtá priečka zostáva pre 2 španielské posádky, takže idú smerom dole. 8 minút a máme ich na prenáške, na predposlednej prenáške kategóriu K2 muži, maratón, posledná kategória majstrovstiev Európy tu v Piešťanoch, takže zostáva, hovorím, 8 minút do prenášky, do predposlednej prenášky vedúcej skupiny K2 muži. Za nimi potom na 4. a 5. mieste sú lode číslo 57-54. 57 je portugalská posádka Brando Manita a 54 je norská posádka Hamar Minde. Takže to máme prvých 6 lodí, ale vidíme, že K2 sa nám pomaly, ale iste už blížia. Zostáva im necelo 1000 metrov a to je nejakých 5-6 minút maximálne a máme ich na prenáške.
What we just saw on the screen was Kate Mole and Jonathan Simmons in the leading position of the second group, the second distinctive group. Kate Mole, 34 years old, that made such a good race yesterday in K1 for the first time in quite many years.
That's right. He's came back after a few years out and pretty determined. But just looking down the course, Stefan, it looks as though the Portuguese boat decided that the best option was to move into the middle of the river to save trying to come back over those the bumpy backwash of the leading 4. So they've gone for a move down the centre.
Yeah, exactly
We'll have
as
to
they
see how
did.
that works.
Exactly as they did in the previous on the previous lap. We'll see if that will work. It seems like they are dropping off a little bit now. It's tough to be alone and do all the work themselves out there.
Takže boli sme na veľké opločnej obrazovke. Jim. Ja. A Stefan. Chvíľku nás tu dali, aby ste aspoň videli naše tváre. My sa tu schováme za to veľkou čiernou doskou. Ale to nie je preto, že by sme sa vám nechceli ukázať. Je to kvôli tomu, že aby na nás toľko nefúkalo. 5 dní v kuse tu byť, nie je sranda. Takže za sebou majú obrátku ďalšie tie druhá, tretia, štvrtá skupina K2 muži, ale tá hlavná skupina, tej zostáva zhruba 400 metrov do prenášky.
If I'd known that Stefan and I were going to be on the screen there, I'd have made the effort and brushed my hair. But looking down the course now, we can see at the 800 metre point, the group of 4 are still together, and Portugal paddling wide about 30 or 40 metres out into the centre. Big question is, have they actually made any ground by doing that?
It doesn't looks like, but it was maybe a final try for them to really get to the group. And after this portage, it is one more full lap to go. So it's still many kilometers more to come. Into this portage, we'll see how they manage this one. I don't think it will be any big effort done. They are comfortably staying together.
250 metrov. 250 metrov zostáva do prenášky vedúcej skupine kategórie K2 muži. 2 lode Španielska, 1 loď Maďarska, 1 loď Veľkej Británie. 250 metrov, možno že už len 200, to znamená nejakých 30-35 sekúnd, možno 40 maximálne máme ich na prenáške. K2 muži, vidíme, že idú do trháku, aby si urobili čo najlepšiu pozíciu na tú prenášku, pretože táto prenáška bude samozrejme veľmi, veľmi dôležitá pre ďalšie umiestnenie alebo pre úplný konečný výsledok tejto kategórie, takže chvíľočku a máme ich na brehu.
Into the portage once again. Hidden behind the bushes, coming in now. And it's Spain. It's Spain in top, Busan Fernandez in top together with Alonso and Marchand. Alonso and Marchand are choosing the route without any drinks or support, while Hungary got more drinks and also Great Britain. A little bit faster this time. And no problems getting in. Nice and neat.
Just saw then that Marchand and Alonso just had a bit of a wobble as they got in and realised that they weren't going to have in a good position to make that quick little burst away. So they opted for not doing that and waited for the group to reform. So Portugal through the portage now, probably 150 metres behind.
So they lost some grounds. They lost the 50 meters or so over that lap. Looking at their faces over the porches, they look a little bit more tired now, as they should. And it was quite a rapid portage as well. And watch here the technique getting out of the boat. Very coordinated. Alonso Marchand exactly coordinated, exactly the same moment. That comes from many years of K2 paddling and training together, racing together, of these world champs. in the red shorts there.
Takže máme možnosť vidieť tú techniku, alebo mali sme možnosť vidieť techniku vyskočenia na vodu, teda na breh z vody. Hlavne tí španielské posádky, tie boli vynikajúce, títo zvládli úplne excelentne aj nastúpenie. Samozrejme cestou si ešte nabrali nové tekutiny, čo dostali od svojich servismenov. Nabrali tekutiny a idú posledný veľký okruh, pôjdu do poslednej prenášky, potom bude to malé kolečko, malý okruh a budeme tu mať záver. Takže ešte jedenkrát pôjdu k mostu, dojdu na poslednú prenášku, potom malý okruh a budeme mať cieľ.
So Norway through the portage in 6th place, looking pretty tired now, I think, and the next group now has moved up towards them. They're probably only 100, 120 metres behind. So I think on this last full lap, so everybody's, as they go past the pontoon now, they've got one full lap and the final portage, and then the 880 metres sprint possibly to take the medals.
And now the tactics for the finish has started. They are hardly moving out there now. The speed is very, very low in the strong wind in their heads. All of them mostly interested in saving energy for the coming sprint. After this full lap, they have one portage more to do. The final and very, very decisive portage, and then just 1,000 meters of paddle to the finish line. So none of them are interested in doing any big things over this lap. I'm quite sure of that. And we know that both Hungary and Great Britain has a combination of 1,000-meter paddler and marathon specialists in their boats. So I think they are confident enough to save energy and trust the speed for the in sprint. And this will be very, very exciting, I think.
Yes, I think it's an unusual sort of situation that we're experiencing here. I think the Spanish would normally think they can dominate this and gradually pull away, but that hasn't happened this time. Every time they've tried to move it, the sort of the 1,000-meter boys have been able to put that bit of effort into the boat and to keep with them.
Exactly, so, and none of the other teams, Hungary and Great Britain, they don't look tired. They are still fit, and they will absolutely be very competitive to the great four from Spain: Ivan Alonso, Emilio Merchan, and Walter Buzan and Alvaro Fernandez. We know they are also very, very good at the finish and the last portage, but we also know that the Hungarian technique jumping into their boats is excellent, and both the Hungarian team and the Great Britain team is a combination of 1,000-meter specialists and marathon skill.
Portugal haven't given up, Stefan. They're still about 150 metres behind. So if that front group does a little bit of slowing down and a bit of tactical work, then they've still got the opportunity to get back to them.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think they have their greatest opportunity now, right now, because the speed in the top group is now, it's not zero, but close to. Very slow. Saving energy as much as they can. The thinking in the head of the guys there now is just to ensure a good position and save as much energy as possible. And here is in the portage now, Czech Republic and Sweden. The Swedish team, Rasmus Jarota and Emil Torstensson, who fell in during the first lap. They were staying in the big top group back then, and they fall in. Made it into their boat again, and now they are finishing their last lap as well.
So Portugal have decided to go right into the bank this time. There's chopping and changing their tactics. Leading group taking a straight line, having gone round that rocky outcrop, and they're going now straight down to the turn. The Portuguese have gone over to the bank, or going over to the bank, and hoping that's going to be a benefit to them. They've got nothing to lose at this point, of course.
Exactly, and they want to get rid of the wakes from the group in front. It's possible also to catch a wash in the far. If you're far enough beside the group, it's possible to catch a wash and follow that wash into the group. It's like a V, and following that V-formed wash from far behind to the group.
Bit of a change around in the third group. The Norwegian boat has been caught. I think it's the British boat that are with them at that point, and the other two just behind. So the leading group now have gone right into the bank as well. So the move by Portugal hasn't made any difference. The shot from the bridge turn, head-on shot coming into that top turn. Round those boys for the last time. They'll probably be quite pleased not to have to do that again.
It's actually for the last time during these championships here on the excellent venue of Piestany. Portugal is quite close now, and it is the British boat in the front, exactly as we have seen most of the turns up there. We'll see if we got any move from Hungary this time. I don't think so. They are sitting there on the diamond wash and resting, perfectly positioned to save energy. Adrian Boros and Matt Petrovic.
I don't think there'd be any merit in trying to move out from that position and get round to the front. It's just too much. So you just have to accept your lot and take it and see what happens after the turn.
Absolutely. Just sitting there is very, very easy to paddle on the diamond wash in K2. You can see the bow of on the Hungarian boat there is pointing down into the water, meaning that their boat is lifted, the aft of their boat is lifted by the wash from their fellow competitors. Very easy to paddle such a way. I can also see that it's just a couple of boat lengths now for Portugal to join the group.
Horná obrátka patrí kategórii K2 muži. Prvé miesto Daniel Spendl, Veľká Británia, druhé miesto a tretie miesto je Alonso Merchan. Bozán Fernández, to je Španielsko, a štvrtá v poradí je loď Maďarska, to je Boros Petrovič. To sú prvé 4 lode z kategórie K2 muži, ktorí majú aj tú vrchnú obrátku za sebou a idú smerom dole k nám do poslednej prenášky. Zostáva teda zhruba nejakých 8 minút. O 8 minút ich máme na spodnej prenáške a tá prenáška, vážení priatelia, bude najdôležitejšia zo všetkého, alebo z celých týchto predekov, lebo ak takticky niektorá loď nezvládne prenášku, príde o možnosť bojovať o titul majstra Európy, takže tu sa bude rozhodovať zhruba o nejakých 7-8 minút. Budeme mať možnosť vidieť ten záverečný súboj na brehu o prvé 3 miesta v kategórii K2 muži.
At the 1500 meter mark now, the leading four, it doesn't look as though Portugal are going to be able to bridge this gap, Stefan. It looks as though they just got that little bit too much, unless something happens over this last portage. And I don't think they've been shown any particular skill or speed over the portage to date, maybe they got some hidden secrets that we haven't seen yet. Maybe they're excellent 200-meter runners. We'll have to find that out.
Very good replay there. We could see the eyes of I think it's Daniels, who is in the second the back cockpit of the British boat. It was burning. So I think he's really interested in doing this now. He was just showing just a lot of confidence there. Very nice slow motion replays showing the technical skills of the paddlers.
No, takže koľko? 500, 600 metrov? No, mojim odhadom by som povedal 500, 600, čiže 3-4 minútky maximálne do poslednej vrenážky pre kategóriu K2 muži, hlavne pre tú vedúcu skupinu štvorčlennú, na ktorú sa stále snaží dotiahnuť portugalská posádka, ale ak si im to moc nejde. Brandon, Manita sa snažia za každú cenu dostať sa do tej vedúcej skupiny, ale stále je tam ten rozdiel nejakých tých 100-150 metrov. Takže 3, maximálne 2 minútky, 2-3 maximálne minútky do poslednej prenášky pre vedúcu štvorčlennú skupinu K2 muži.
Just in a couple of minutes we will have the final and very decisive portage here, showing the world champs from last year and the world champs from 2012, Ivan Alonso and Ido Merchan, and they will compete. Their teammates from Spain and the silver medalist from the World Championship both in 2012 and 2013, Walter Busan and Alvaro Fernandez, and in turn they will also compete the surprisingly good team from Great Britain, Andrew Daniels and Tim Pendle, and also in that group is the combination of skills from Hungary, the Hungarian team Adrian Boros and Mate Petrovic. In just a couple of minutes it will be the final decisive portage of this European Championships here in Piestany, Slovakia 2014.
What do you think of the current positioning coming into the portage? Stefan, it looks as though the second Spanish boat's in the backwash at the moment, with the British on the right going tight to the pontoon and the Hungarians on the outside. And no, there's been a big effort at this point trying to get up into the front.
It's a big effort done now, and it's Spain that is taking the initiative now. It's Alonso and Merchan following their tradition, taking the initiative into the final portage, and it's Busan and Fernandez on the right-hand side, left from here, and in the middle behind is Hungary, and on the other side is Great Britain. And they are going full speed now into the portage, full speed into the portage from these guys now, coming there. As you can see, now they are slowed down a little bit again. It is Spain, double Spain in top, and Hungary in their green shirts behind there, and the British team perfectly positioned on the left-hand side from Merchan Alonso. And it's Ivan Alonso and Emilio Merchan that is first out of the boat, and they are running, letting the first legs carrying them over the portage. And on the back side of this group is Hungary. We know the Hungarian skill of jumping into the boat really quickly, but it is Merchan Alonso, the world champs of 2012, 2013, that is fast into the water. And they are followed by all the others, and they are all together once again out from this decisive portage, but it is Emilio Marchand and Ivan Alonso that shows their skill as world champs, and this effort might have been decisive for them. It's Ivan Alonso and Emilio Marchand, and it is Walter Buzan and Alvaro Fernandez, both from Spain, that are approaching the final turn. What a decisive last portage.
Takže máme za sebou prenášku prvej skupiny štvorčlennej vo vedení loď číslo 51 Alonso Merchan, druhé miesto loď číslo 52 Bozan Fernández, obidve ľudia sú zo Španielska, ktoré aj získali už mierny náskok, a verím tomu, že určite hľadať víťaza majstra Európy v kategórii K2 muži budeme hľadať medzi týmito dvoma španielskými posádkami. Tretie miesto momentálne patrí posádke z Veľkej Británie a štvrté miesto patrí zatiaľ Maďarsku. Takže 880 metrov do cieľa.
Well, that was a decisive and powerful exit from the portage up to the turn. But it looks as though the 3-4 boats are back together again.
Yeah, watch the British team now.
Didn't quite make it.
Watch the British team now. Look at them. Really powerful paddling there from the British team. They managed to get on the wash once again, and they are all together once again to the final turn up there. Quite surprisingly. Very good effort from the British team there. And Hungary is able to rest a little bit on the diamond wash, and we'll see if they can use that in the in-sprints after that turn. Quite unexpectedly.
800 meters, Stefan, and that's 3 minutes, so 3 minutes.
3 minutes more to go of this European Championships, and Andy Daniels and Tim Pendle made a very good move in the turn there, and managed to get on the wash of the flying Ivan Alonso and Emilio Marchand, who is still in the lead, and I am quite sure they will keep this initiative. They really want that. We know Ivan Alonso is always paddling like that, keeping the initiative in the final stage, and now he's increasing the speed once again. Ivan Alonso and Emilio Marchand is increasing the speed quite a lot, and they are forced to do that by their teammates from Spain, Walter Buzan and Alvaro Fernandez. But the British crew, they remain on the wash. They stay on the wash, and they're all together once again. Really good fighters there.
That's right. The Hungarians probably feel that they're not in the best position at the moment. It just depends how the boats spread out across the final in-runs.
Exactly, and the turn will be also very important. If they are a little bit lucky there, Hungary, they can rest and save some strength and energy to the in-sprint and make a clever move in the far end of the turn. And we'll see how they will manage this final turn. Spain holding initiative, and I wouldn't be surprised if they put on a big effort at the bottom end of the turn, or at least at the last turning buoy.
400 metrov.
Very slow around the turn now, very slow. Just waiting for the right position for a big effort, and I think it will come at the last turning buoy.
400 metrov zostáva do cieľa pre dojazd hlavnej kategórie, teda hlavnej skupiny vedúcej v kategórii K2 muži. A teraz o malú chvíľu sa pôjde do toho záverečného športu. Vedúca loď je Španielsko, druhá takisto Španielsko, Anglicko, a Čierny Peter zostane zrejme v rukách Maďarska, aspoň zatiaľ po obrátke to tak vyzerá. Takže ja tipujem Španielov. Jedna z tých španielských lodí by mohla byť majstrom Európy pre rok 2014. Uvidíme, zostáva necelá minúta možno do cieľa, takže o malú chvíľku sa dozvieme meno aktuálnych majstrov Európy v kategórii K2 muži.
And Hungary is struggling a little bit behind there. They made a move at the buoy, at the last turning buoy, and had to paddle a little bit longer. And they are struggling behind now. But it is Alonso and Marchand in top. Alonso and Marchand in top, and on their watch is their teammates Bozan and Fernandez. We have seen this scenario many times over the years, and now Bozan and Fernandez are challenging. Bozan and Fernandez are challenging, but it is Alonso and Marchand. Alonso and Marchand is keeping the initiative, and the bronze medal seems to go to Great Britain. But now Great Britain is challenging, and Great Britain is coming, and it is Great Britain that is challenging Alonso and Marchand, and this will be really tough. And it is Alonso and the Marchand that is the gold medalists, and silver goes also to Spain by Bozan and Fernandez, and bronze to Great Britain by Andy Daniels and Tim Pennell. What a race!
Takže prvé 3 miesta už sú jasné, záhada rozložtená, takže zvíťazili titul majstrov Európy pre rok 2014 v kategórii K2 muži. Získala španielská posádka Alonso Merchan na druhom mieste a striebornú medailu získal Bozan Fernández Španielsko a bronzová medaila patrí Veľkej Británii Daniels Pendle. Čierny Peter a 4. miesto zostalo pre maďarskú posádku a to je Boros Petrovič.
Jim, what a race!
Yeah, I think one of the most exciting we've seen for a year or so, or maybe 2 years or 3 years. But really good, really good.
Absolutely.
And I don't think you knew with 100 meters out who was going to get the or what the order of the medals was going to be there.
No, it was absolutely amazing. And what a surprise that the British team were so good all the way into the finish. A new combination, we haven't seen them together before on the international marathon courses. A combination of a 1,000-meter specialist and a traditional marathon paddler, and it really paid off.
I think so, yes, that's definitely. And we've just seen that the Norwegians just come through in front of the second Portuguese boat with Great Britain in the next position. So fantastic racing there, and I hope everybody at home has enjoyed it as much as we have here.
And watch the replay there. They really had to go in full speed. Also Alonso and Marchand. Another gold medal to this amazingly good Spanish crew that now have won the World Championships in 2012, the World Championships in 2013, the European Championships in 2013, and now the European Championships in 2014. These Spanish guys.
Takže sme si mohli pozrieť zo záznamu ešte dojazd na prvých 3 miestach. Na 4. mieste skončilo Maďarsko, spomínané Maďarsko Boros Petrovič. 5. miesto patrí lodi číslo 57, to je Brando Nanita, Portugalsko. Tak to je aspoň prvých 5 lodí v kategórii K2 muži. A vážení priatelia, o malú chvíľu pristúpime k slavnostnému vyhláseniu výsledkov, teda k slavnostnému ceremoniálu. A to natoľko z takého dôvodu, že niektoré krajiny sa už budú ponáhľať na letisko, na lietadla, takže určite sa budeme teraz do tohto vyhlásenia ponáhľať a čím skôr to vyhlásiť. Čiže korunovať nových majstrov Európy.
So the first 4 boats will go to the boat control just to make sure that their boats are within the specifications. These boats are made very precisely, so it's very unusual for that any problems to be around. I mean, the only scenario is that a boat could be slightly underweight. They've got an 8 kilo minimum weight that they have to carry, but when you've got the water pumps in on a situation like this, then it's very unlikely that they're going to be there's a problem on the weight issue.
And Jim, this concludes this European Championships of 2014, and it was a very, very good and exciting race we saw. But many of the races over this weekend have been good.
Yes, I've been up in the tower for the whole weekend, including some of the Masters, well, including all the Masters racing earlier in the week. We're obviously a bit disappointed in the numbers that came to that, but even there was good racing. We had a fantastic under-23 race in the K1, in the men's K1 race, and so this is a fantastic conclusion to the weekend.
Absolutely, and we have seen a lot of improvements of the quality of the races for fourth year in a row for the European Championships, and that is really good. Especially nice to see the ladies K2 and the ladies K1. They were excellent racing.
Yes, that's right, and we hope that the results at everybody's got this excuse me, everybody's got this weekend will persuade their federations to send them out to the World Championships in Oklahoma at the end of September. So we're looking forward to seeing lots of the people here this weekend out there for a nice sunny weekend in Oklahoma at the end of September.
Absolutely, and it has been very nice to be back here in Piestany. We haven't been here for an international race for 20 years or so, so it was really nice to be back in this great venue, and the weather has been pleasant all the way through. But now, as the racing is over, the wind increased quite a lot. But that doesn't matter, because now the racing is over, and we hope to see all of you, both the spectators in the live stream and all of our friends in the canoeing, in the European canoeing family over in Oklahoma in September. And now we will have a prize giving ceremony in a couple of minutes. But the racing isn't really over yet. We have the Swedish guys that fall in the first turn. Rasmus Järta and Emil Torstensson finishing their race now. And that's worth an applaud. And also the team from Czech Republic is finishing. And that concludes the 2014 racing. The only thing remaining now is the prize giving ceremony. And me, Stefan Gustafsson, and Jim Rossiter, and our friend Justo, thank you for your attention and hope to see you again. Thanks a lot.
Okay, we've had a special request from the Chief Official. We would like to proceed with the medal presentations just as soon as we can. So we would ask those very tired bodies who have just finished the K2 race to get themselves organised and prepared for the medal presentation as soon as possible. We know that a lot of people have got to get away and to get to Vienna for flights home tonight. So we'd like to get the presentation done just as soon as we can. we'd just like to be clear that we're going to do the medal presentation, and it's the senior men's K1 will be the first presentation, followed by the senior men's K2. So, senior men's K1 medalists, will you please come to the medal ceremony just as soon as you can?
Takže o malú chvíľu pristúpime k slávnostnému vyhláseniu výsledkov kategórie K1 muži, to ešte zo včeračka, a potom sa pôjde na kategóriu K2 muži, ktorá pred chvíľočkou došla do cieľa, takže o malú chvíľu pristúpime k slávnostnému vyhláseniu výsledkov. Poprosím pána primátora Rema Čikuta, aby sa dostavil k odozdávaniu cien.
Right, just to confirm that we're having the medal presentations of the senior men K1 first from yesterday's race. So we want from Portugal, Jose Romano, from Spain, Ivan Alonso, and from Norway, Matthias Hammer. Could you please come straight away to the medal presentations? I know that two of those have just finished their K2 race, but if possible, we'd like them to get themselves organised as quickly as possible. We're going to try to follow the presentation of the K2 straight away afterwards. We're doing this a bit earlier than anticipated because we know that lots of people have got to get away for transport to the airport. So, can we have the men's K1 assemble at the tent straight away, please? There's Jose Romano from Portugal, Ivan Alonso from Spain, and Matthias Hammer from Norway. This is going to be followed by the K2 with Alonso Merchant, the Spanish boat of Buzan and Fernandez, and the Great Britain boat of Daniels and Pendle. Could you please, as soon as you got yourself organised from paddling, come to the medal presentation tent? hope that the team managers are sorting the tracksuits out for you. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the senior men K1 will begin.
Vážené dámy, vážení páni, dovolte mi, aby som pristúpil k slavnostnému vyhláseniu výsledkov kategórie K1 muži. Poprosím tých hráčov, čo hrajú volejbal, aby prestali počas vyhlasovania. Ďakujem.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the senior men K1. Medals will be presented by Rimal Chicto from the Mayor of Piestany, our host city here, accompanied by the President of the Portuguese Canoe Federation.
Takže počas ceremoniálu bude odozdávať ceny primátor mesta Piestany Remo Chikuto.
The bronze medal from Norway, Mathias Hammer.
Tretie miesto a bronzovú medailu získal reprezentant Norska.
The silver medal for Spain, Ivan Alonso.
Druhé miesto a striebornú medailu získava reprezentant Španielska.
And the gold medal and European champion from Portugal, José Mourinho.
Zlatú medailu a titul majstra Európy pre rok 2014 kategórii K1 muži získal reprezentant Portugalska.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand for the national anthem of Portugal?
Vážené dámy, vážení páni, zaznie hymna Portugalska, prosím povstaňte.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and congratulations.
Vytáhajú sa z auta z oného. Že? Máš kľúčky od tvojho vozu? Mám tam veci.
Takže o malú chvíľku pristupujeme k vyhlasovaniu výsledkov kategórie K2 muži. Ja by som ešte raz poprosil pánov hrajúcich volejbal, keby na chvíľočku ešte prerušili ten ceremoniál, za chvíľku prebehne a už potom máte možnosť športovať až do večera. Ďakujem vám veľmi pekne za pochopenie.
James Smythe, I just need to put something in the bus, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the men's K2 will begin.
Vážené dámy, vážení páni, dovolte mi, aby som pristúpil k vyhláseniu výsledkov kategórie K2 muži.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the senior men's K2. Medals will be presented by Albert Wood, President of the European Canoe Association, accompanied by Javier Rodriguez, Team Manager from Spain.
Vážené dámy, vážení páni, počas vyhlasovania výsledkov ceny bude odozdávať prezident Európskej kanoistickej asociácie Albert Woods a vedúci týmu Španielska Javier Rodriguez.
The bronze medal from Great Britain, Andy Daniels and Timothy Pendle.
Tretie miesto a bronzovú medailu získavajú reprezentanti Veľkej Británie.
zajtra pôjdu preč, už aký pekný chlap. Ten to vyzerá, ako je výrok.
The silver medal from Spain, Walter Buzan and Ariel Fernandez.
Druhé miesto a striebornú medailu získavajú reprezentanti Španielska.
Medal and European champion from Spain over Alonso Emilio Merchan.
Prvé miesto a titul majstrov Európy pre rok 2014 v kategórii K2 muži získavajú reprezentanti Španielska.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Spain.
Vážené dámy, vážení páni, zážne štátna hymna Španielska, prosím, povstaňte.
Congratulations, gentlemen, and thank you very much. Goodbye, everybody, from a very exciting and enjoyable weekend here in Piestany. See you in Oklahoma City.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne a gratulujeme páni k výsledkom. Vám všetkým pretekárom, ktorí sa zúčastnili majstrovstiev Európy v Piešťanoch, takisto ďakujeme za účasť. Ďakujeme domácim organizátorom, takisto Slovenskému zväzu rýchlostnej kanoistike za usporiadanie takýchto krásnych pretekov, ako sú majstrovstvá Európy v maratóne. Ďakujeme vám, návštevníkov, ktorí ste nás prišli pozrieť a pozbudiť. Ešte raz všetkým veľká vďaka, majte sa pekne a dovidenia o rok. Na majstrovstvá Európy Oklahoma City. A to budú majstrovstvá sveta.